Missed it by like 3 seconds. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, I forgot to put my wrist weights on. It's kind of weird. We have wrist weights that we do while we stream. So it's like getting a little bit of exercise. I don't do exercise. Wrist weights. You can't see them because they're invisible. Yeah. No, I got them from that doctor guy who's, invisible. He could be here right now. I wouldn't even know. Weirdo. What's up?
No note.
No note. How dare you? 87 moons. Thank you. Oh, come on with this. These things are terrible. All right, got it. And I can't hear anything. Alerts are lower than the music for some reason. The alerts are more important than the music. Just shut the music up. How's it going? Who's here? Lost Pixie, hi. Thank you. What's up? No, there's a pre-stream thing. I'm not even hearing that. Why? Okay, no, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pine. 77 months. My voice is a little messed up. We had to go out of doors, and apparently some kind of pollen thing messed up my life. Dude, I don't know what it was. What was high? I looked it up. It was like grass and plantains. I didn't even know plantain was a pollen. I'm like, those little chips, those little banana chips. I'm like, you kidding me? Tidy Samurais, 25 moons, pre-stream. Thank you. It's a feature. Fallout 4. It's always got problems. Let's see, where do we leave off? Let's see, got a pair of wrist weights. Oh, there you go. See? It's that passive kind of exercise we try to do. Very passive. Like, so passive, I'll just walk right by it. Like, I'm not an exercise guy. I want to be, but not that much, This one over here, he used to jog. I know, it's like forcing yourself to run away from something that isn't a threat to give you the motivation to run. So it's like being in a horror movie, but there's nothing chasing you. And you're just like, why am I doing this? Yeah.
Hello, Steve. How are you today? How is
Doing
the
all
new
right.
fridge?
It's cold, which is pretty good. We got a fridge story. Well, it's nothing bad, just observational, which of course I got to pick everything apart, right? Oh man, Shadav, hi. What's up? David, hi. Fairland, hi. Icarus, hi. Lone Wolf, hi. Macabre Cat, what's up? How you doing? Go. Wow. Thank you. Can she go somewhere else? We're in a diner. Oh God, this is the long one. I'm just gonna look over here. Yeah, still there. Yeah, hype somewhere else. Oh man. All right. Now we got to put it in the background. There you go. How come we don't have that one?
Hype train bits.
Hype train bits. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you, Icarus. Caterpillar Nana, what's up? Plantain referred to is... I gotta move that. That's distracting me. Oh, God, now I don't know where it is. Is that it? No, that's the whole thing. Where's the little one? Where's Tiny Pauline? Bro. Yes, I did the bro thing. There it is. Okay. I don't know, go dance on a table or something. That's good. Dude, I can't be distracted. That's kind of distracting. I do this each time now because I don't know where to put it because I keep changing the background. Tape. Make it small. Smaller. There you go. That's good. Tiny. There you go. Anyway, that's it. Thank you. What? She's like, I'm looking at a corner. I'm looking at a corner. I try not to stare, She's...
Apple? Nuggets. Apple. Apples are tree babies. I'm kidding, no!
There you go. Thank you. Got sound alert. Oh, yeah, let me start calling things here. What do we got? Oh, you already got it. You're already on it. Huh. Thank you. Yeah, no, hold on. I was saying hi to people. I forgot. No, I got distracted by things, and then I couldn't look at chat because Pauline was in the way. Oh, yeah, throat getting messed up. Oh, no, the plantains. I need to know about the plantains. Ground-covered lawn weed, not a big banana. Woolly bear caterpillars eat the leaves of plantains. Oh, all right. I don't think we have plantain locally. I know there's grass. That's it. I don't know, but it's something. And somebody was running lawn equipment while we were walking by them, so now my ears bother me. I know, like I'm a big baby. I'm like, my ears hurt. That's ridiculous. Mm. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. You got a new box to sleep in. New box. Actually, they didn't get the refrigerator. We got the fridge. It works. It's cold. It's a fascinating thing. We didn't get to keep the box, so we don't have the big transmogrifier. I guess the delivery people realized the value of it. I don't even think it ships in boxes anymore. Like literally, I looked at this truck and it was just like 4 or 5 refrigerators they had to deliver, and they all just had like barcode stickers on them. That was it. This thing barely fit, by the way. It was just made it. So I was stressed for like 3 weeks about whether this thing was going to fit because the dimensions weren't accurate. Like, it made it. So now we're just trying to get the kitchen back together because we had to move everything to make their lives easier. We are those type of people. Yeah. No, man. So people deliver stuff like that. I clear a path. I'm like, yo, people moving heavy equipment that I ain't doing. I'm going to make it as easy as possible. So I cleared everything out. You know, fridge was super cleaned out for them. It wasn't like, here's a weird thing. Yo, how come like newer fridges, one, there's a light in the freezer? Never had in my entire existence a fridge with a light in the freezer. I know, it's not a big deal, but we've progressed in technology so I can see how many ice cubes I have left rather than groping blindly in the frozen tundra of darkness. You know? I want a light in the freezer, right? I was fascinated by it. I was like, wow. So that was pretty cool. All right, so that's a plus. The other thing that I realized is because when we had the repair guy over for the older one, it had settings. Like you can turn a knob, old school analog way, right? And the guy, you know, bro had 40 years experience, which we mentioned. The guy's looking at this thing. He's like, wow, this is old. He's like, they don't even have these anymore. You know, the little analog knobs that you turn. It was like a dial to make it, you know, colder or, you know, less cold. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do they do? So now we got this weird little digital thing, which I'm sure if I set it the wrong way, it's going to be stuck there once it breaks. Oh, you press the button too many times, you know. I don't like it. It doesn't need to have an extra electronic component in it because it's utterly, just give me a dial. Why did they have to even do that? It doesn't connect to Wi-Fi. So we got the dumbest fridge we can possibly get. I sold one for like, I think it was like some stupid amount of money. It was hey, Buccaneer Squirrel.
Yay, hi Steve
Wow.
and Chad Jim Rav Wave.
49 moons. Thank you. Don't forget to hydrate, bro. Nice. Thank you. Everybody helping out. Yeah. No, summer months are crazy slow. As soon as like everybody gets out, starts going on vacations and stuff, like views dip across the board. I'm like, yo, the Foamy video got like half the views that it normally does. I'm like, come on, man, everybody, what are you doing? Yeah, it is what it is, but you can see how many bags of dinosaur nuggets you have. I don't have any. I have none. I realize that. We had to get rid of a lot of food because food safety issues, you know, so that kind of sucked. We got to buy a bunch more. We've been trying to do it in increments. So like the last couple of days, we picked up a couple of things, so it doesn't hurt so much. I don't want to go to a supermarket and then see a bill for like $350, and all I have is a bag of chips, you know? Watch Foamy on vacation. I guess people want a break from the, I don't know, rage and anger. I don't see why, but I wonder what that's like. What's up, McBooyah? Hi, what's up? Posture check. And let me stretch my arm since I got weights on. Yeah, there you go. Fridge works, so now we got to fill it up with, oh, God, this is the hard part. Healthy things. because y'all been eating healthy stuff. So now every time I go to the little press office, I'm going to be greeted with a fridge of foods I don't want to eat. You know? It sucks, man. Bro, just put some cheesecake in there. Cheesecake, cream cheese. You know, the squirrel's going to be pissed. Oh, you'll still have cream cheese for him because you don't want to deal with it. Okay. No, I'll bring my own lunch, whatever. I'll get a bento box of something fun. So we got that. The other thing I noticed about this, aside from the unnecessary electronics in this thing, they don't give you a lot of shelves. Like, they don't believe in fixtures inside the fridge. The old fridge had so many little fixtures. It had like all these little tray compartments and things, and we saved some of them because they're super useful. And I'm like, I open this fridge, it's like, here's your 2 shelves. They didn't even give us a freaking ice tray. I'm glad we saved the other one. No ice tray. No ice tray. How dare they? How much does it cost to give you an ice tray? It's a plastic bucket. A plastic bucket. I didn't even get that. What? No, that was Dawn's idea. She was like, we should keep the ice bucket just in case. I'm like, all right, I guess. Yeah, they would have taken everything and just been like, oh yeah, here's all, whatever. I would have been fine with that, but yeah, that was smart. Okay. Good thing you don't eat much meat then, because for me, what, real cheap, no, Spanish ground beef, like $8 a pound. Wow. $8 a pound. Well, Dawn is like, if she's going to eat meat, she's got to get like the super lean cut now, which is expensive. I don't know. There's a particular kind of cut she did research on. I don't eat it. Oddly enough, I don't eat red meat unless it's evil. So, you know, I don't know a lot of evil cows. Except that one. The one in Diablo. Never got a hold of him. Posture check. Yeah. No, there's a hidden cow level. There's a cow level. Doing all right. Nice. Good. We haven't gotten over 50 yet. Sorry. What? Oh, no, not yet. Wednesdays are slow. People are either getting out of work, summer vacation. You know, Sundays are, you know, a little bit normal, but, you know, because everything's closed and people have nowhere to go. So we need more days like that in a week where it's just everything's closed and you have to sit at home and just chill. God. Yeah, at least 75, 25, 75. Here's the weird thing. You know, there was a story. All right. 1, it's terrible. But 2, I found this weird. In France, right? 40 people drowned. 40 people recently because they're dealing with a heat wave. So everyone tried to go swimming when they really kind of can't. And a lot of them drowned. And I'm like, damn, it must be hot over there. I looked it up. 85.6 degrees. $85.6 degrees. And everybody needs to throw themselves into water. 85? All right, I'll round it up to 86. 86 degrees? It's insane. No, I actually found that ridiculous because I expected to see a number like 105. Like, and when you were in Paris, it was August, oddly enough. Well, end of July, beginning of August. And you don't remember it being that hot. So I guess they're just not acclimated to it. Because, like, whatever. Yeah. Hot yoga class is 105. I know, right? You didn't need to throw yourself into water to cool off, right? That's average. My area hits over 90 when it's supposedly 85. This is what I'm saying. I don't know what the average temperature is in France, but I feel like they need a bit more heat tolerance because that's crazy to me. I'm like 40 people. Again, I don't understand how 86 degrees could just drive people into the water. Even if you're not used to it, just, get a little fan. I don't know. What's up? Hey, Snuggle Baby, what's up? How you doing? If it was Celsius, it equals 168. No, it's Celsius. They were like I think they said like 35 or something like that. I'm like, 35? I'm like, what? Then I had to do the math or something. I was like, ridiculous. All right. You actually sunburn worse in water. Yeah, we learned that when he worked for the parks department. They had a pool, public pool. You get an awesome group of people in the public pool. Oh my God. That was your first experience as to how trashy and garbagey people can be. You ever go to a public swimming pool? There's just the behavior of people around water and heat is stunningly atrocious. They had to have cops walk around the place as a presence because it was so chaotic. I'm like, yo, can't you all just chill and go in the water? Not have fist fights over there in the corner. Somebody's flipping over a table at the concession stand because the sodas are too expensive. I'm like, come on, dude. 85, what degree, 500, I'm okay with fans as long as humidity isn't jacked up. Yeah. I mean, humidity sucks, but, you know, it would take a lot for me to go into the water. I don't do that. I'm not a big fan of water, pools, ocean, people. I'll take a bath. But that's about it. I'll take a bath. Oh, what else am I going to do? Hate humidity. I'll take the water. My part of the swimming pool keeps closing because jerks keep breaking glass there. Oh man, I don't get there, so I don't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah, it's kind of weird. YouTube lets you stream in higher res of 1440p. Well, we could do 1440 here, but I'm not changing all my stuff for that. Most people don't watch at 1440. Most people actually watch at 720. And if you're on YouTube, you know what they're like. Yeah, we're going to do your default to auto so everyone's watching in 480 and they don't realize it until they're squinting a lot. And then they're like, oh, let me check the settings. Oh, thanks a lot, YouTube. You had me at 720 for this half of this entire movie. Clown. No, I hate that. Every time I go to check, it's like they change it. And I'm like, why do you change this? You know? And I put it on, 1080 HD, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, cool. But then I restart the app or something. And it's just like, yeah, we're on auto now. Whatever. You get no quality. Keep your stream in a small window. I'm doing things. Nice. Thank you. Doing all right, Steampunk Chick. All right. We got coffee, which we're going to try right now. It's new coffee brewed in the new fridge. What the hell was that? Dawn's banging stuff. Oh, no, that's just a door. Let's see. What do we got? Let's see. How is this? New fridge coffee. It's cold. I like it. It's not terrible. I like it. All right. I mean, I can't really complain. It's just, this one is so weird. Look at this card. Got that foggy eye and stuff. God. All right. No, I mean, I can't complain. It kept a thing cold and it made ice. Nice. Well, I had to make the ice. I didn't get one that actually makes ice. I got one that just, that was the other thing. They didn't give us ice cube trays. Not even a bin to keep the ice. The actual ice cube trays where you put the water in and then you gotta, get the ice out. They didn't do. Yo, what are you guys? Why? Ice cube trays? Dude, they make them for 30 cents in China. What the hell? You man.
Sophia wave, Sophia tail.
Nice, thank you. 8 moons. I appreciate. No ice cube trays. I kept the old ones, so there you go. We put Otter Pops in there too. We haven't had those in forever. So there was like a sale. You get this huge bucket of just sugar water. Just chuck it in the freezer. I'm like, let's see if it freezes. Boom. It was like 20 minutes and it was basically Otter Pops. I'm like, nice. I only stream at 720 because most folks are on mobile or computer, so not worth me to stream at 10. Yeah. It is like we used to stream at 720 for like years and nobody cared. And then we upgrade to like 1080 and nobody cared. Yeah. Because at 720 people were saying we were looking good on 4K and I'm like, all right, I guess I don't have to do this, But don't need anything more than 720 most of the time anyway. Yeah. Ice trays like 6 for $1. I know, right? You know, especially companies got to be getting these things wholesale. You know, hundreds upon hundreds of just ice cube trays. Thousands. Just sitting in a warehouse, you know? Should be like a housewarming gift. And ice cube trays. Yeah, I don't know. They, you know, people delivered it. They leveled it and stuff. Card battle. I forgot that. Bro, we got a card battle. Let's go. All right, Sam Callie. You got a roll equal to or greater than? Oh. No, we can take this out. All right, but there you go. You got a 7, but it is a fancy, so you did get something out of that. I like the way it shoots at Gora. Don't even the real thing. Sometimes she annoys me, you know? She was like, get more shows, get more shows. I'm like, bro, I need a day off. Let's see. I did do dude. Oh, let me check my card. Oh, boop, boop, boop. Nothing. Garbage. I know. The other thing. All right. We put it on in the background and then we actually watched it. Superman. We watched it. Yeah, that one. The James Gunn one. Now, it's weird because we were curious, you know, as to what the reviews were of Superman. So we watched the movie and then we looked it up later to see if it aligns with our opinion. It does not. Because apparently, according to Rotten Tomatoes, what did it got? Like an 89 from critics and a 90 from audience. And I'm like, oh my God, we are in such trouble. Oh, you got the old ice, that one? Yo, like the wrist breaker? Dude, your grandfather had those. Those things were awesome. They made really good ice, like big ice cubes, and they did them quick because the whole thing was metal. So, you know, the cold conducted really quickly, and it was just like, boom. Nice. Am I a PC gamer? I want a game. But if I'm going to game, I want to do it on PC because, you know, my whole library is Steam for the most part. People like campy movies now. That's why Superman did well. It was, here's the thing. All right. And no offense to people who like this or the actors, because I feel like the actors did okay. But for my tastes, I thought even for campy, it was absolutely dreadful. I really did. I know campy, okay? I grew up on stupid, dumb movies everywhere. Campiness everywhere, okay? All right, we're talking John Waters campy, okay? Campy means goofy in a, I don't know, sort of cheeky sort of way. It boggles my mind that they dumped so much money into this, and that's what I got out of it. Because like the story was meh. The guy who played Guy Gardner was good. Green Lantern, he was the best part. I was kind of hoping there'd be more of him in it. That's the one character I liked in that. Superman, it was all right. Lois Lane, you know, like the rest of the actors, even a Holt who played Lex Luthor, he was all right in that. But I've seen him do better, surprisingly. And I don't know if it's directing or the story, but I'm just sitting here and I'm rolling my eyes like I'm possessed, and I'm just like, when does this end? It did nothing for me. It was so middle of the road for my taste that I was offended afterwards. It was one of those movies where I'm like, it didn't move me either way, and that's why it pissed me off. I would rather have it be absolutely terrible where I can really hate on it, or be great and, you know, love it. But I watched it and I got nothing from it. I was like, this is an unnecessary movie. This is absolutely unnecessary. Just my opinion, but you know, it was great. What? All those were including Rookie. I don't think I've seen a Rookie. I saw him in Renfield. He was good in that. He was in an X-Men movie. He was good in that. It's not perfect comic. No, I didn't even care if it was a perfect adaptation of a comic book because I don't read Superman comics. You could literally give me just I know he came from Krypton. You know, there's those characters. I saw like The Adventures of Superman, the cartoon. That's basically the bulk of my knowledge about Superman. And when I went into this movie, I wasn't expecting shit. I didn't expect anything. I saw Man of Steel with Cavill. You know, I thought that was good, but that had a dark gravity to it, which I generally lean more towards. Superman was definitely a more complex character in, you know, Zack Snyder thing. And I'm not one of these Snyderverse people that is just like, oh my God, bring back the Snyderverse. I don't fucking care, actually. But you know, and James Gunn, he's kind of a goofy, kind of fun guy. He tries to make it fun, you know, have emotions peppered out here and there. And, you know, some of his stuff I like and some of the stuff I absolutely hate. I thought James Gunn's Suicide Squad was atrocious because it was a 2-hour long DC music video. You know, I don't need all these little slow motion things of them walking to songs. You know, I don't care. Like, that's not my thing. I need something. I need some kind of gravity, you know, there. But such is the eternal plight of blockbuster cinema. Yeah. I don't know. It was kind of what the girl playing Supergirl is the same girl from House of Dragons season 3. Oh, what Millie? Yeah. Internet is like either really likes her performance or they just hate her for some reason. I'm like, can the internet just have a concise vibe on a particular person and not be like, oh, they're great or oh, they're terrible. What? They're starting to get like what Zendaya syndrome, where people are just like, oh, I'm like, come on, what? You didn't even do anything. Good. X-Men 97 season 2. Yeah, Batman, Cape Crusader. Yeah, there's a lot of. I'm getting superhero fatigue. I really am, and I got to tell you, Avengers Doomsday better bring back some kind of Marvel magic for me because I'm at my wit's end with this Marvel DC crap, man. It's like it's getting tedious. It really is. And maybe it's the special effects. Special effects were not great in Superman, honestly. They were not. They were not. You know. I don't get it. Again, I don't know how Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean can look better than CGI creatures now, and that was 20 years ago. I don't understand that. Don't understand. Just getting old and you've seen it all. I can sit and turn my brain off and enjoy stuff, but it's got to move me either way. Like Superman was just there. I hate movies that are just there. You know, I definitely find it offensive. Like I really do. Just like you did nothing for me. You know? Nobody was likable, but I didn't hate anybody. It's basically it's a movie filled with NPCs that doesn't need to be there. It could walk right by me and I wouldn't notice it. That's sad, you know? But whatever. I've been doing one Marvel movie since Guardians. I watched Spider-Man is it? Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to the next Spider-Man. We'll see. I don't know. What was the other thing? I didn't care for Thunderbolts. I didn't even bother seeing Captain America Brave New World or whatever. Oh, damn it. Got allergies, some bull crap. Yeah, so I mean I'll see it eventually, but right now I don't care. What was the other Marvel movie that I was supposed to see and I didn't? Oh no, we saw the Captain Marvel, or no, Miss Marvel, or the Marvels, whatever the fuck it was called. That was also one of those benign movies that was forgettable. But at least I laughed more in that than I did in Superman. There was a couple of like fun little things in there. Plus Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah. Does that have more video games and have what poor character development? Yeah, it bothers me too in games. Dawn is usually very vocal about that, where it's like stories need to be better. You know, I need character development. I need to care about the character. I know Superman, and I kind of care about him, but not when they're just so benign. You know, It's just like, Superman. Even the exchange that they had, what was it? Clark Kent being interviewed by Lois, if you have seen the movie. They go back and forth, and, Lois is, asking Superman real tough questions that I guess Superman wasn't ready for because he thought he was going to get a softball interview. And even that back and forth did not nearly have the intensity that I hoped it would. It almost came off like a relationship spat. And I'm just like, you guys suck. They're still waiting on the Spawn movie. We're going to be here forever with Spawn. Where's my Spawn, dude? God. I need my coffee. Actually, water. I need some kind of water. How come I don't look that good? What the hell? I look like a K-pop person. Okay. Boop. What? Civil War looked lame. Looked like the general plot of the comic. Made it lame. I didn't mind Civil War. I wouldn't say it was great, but it was decent. And, not for like between Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr., some of the later movies they carried, like the in-between ones. Like, I wouldn't have cared about Iron Man if it wasn't for Robert Downey Jr., et cetera, et cetera. Same thing with Captain America. Chris Evans did a good performance there. And they held it together long enough to get to, Infinity War, Endgame, that kind of thing. I don't know what the hell they're going to do now, but... boop, 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 boop. Let's see where to leave off. I have no time to care or catch up. Gaming needs my time. More I ignore Disney MCU, the better. Image Comics got a lot of good surprises and storyline better than the whoa, Spider-Man joins Disneyverse. Yeah. Well, it's weird that because God, Disney and Sony got to keep going back and forth because of the rights. And who the hell owns Hulk now? Isn't Hulk like somewhere else? Like I don't know, man. There's all this those few decisions that Marvel made back in the day. It's still causing problems now. Because if we could have a really good unified Marvel universe, then that would be great. But, you can't use that character, this character over there. Well, he's on loan. It's like, it's ridiculous. I think Game of the Year has been released. Is what, going to be GTA6? Probably. But of course, there's news about GTA6, and of course everybody's complaining about it. It's GTA6, guys. Internet is just so weird. I can't imagine GTA6 not getting Game of the Year. But, I mean, it is like right at the end. Does it get released in time for it to even be judged as a Game of the Year? I don't know what the cutoff date is, because apparently they tell us what was great in the beginning of December. So, screw every release that comes out in December. That's ridiculous. A lot of games are just going to go out next year. Most of them are. Like, so many games are just like, will come out in February. There's a bunch coming out in September, so they moved them up a little bit. So I think there's like 8 decent AAA games coming out in September. So hopefully people can get through them by the time GTA comes out. And then everybody else delayed till February. So, it's feast, famine, feast. It's not been a very good year for video games. Well, now that nobody can be like, what about Expedition 33? Game of the Year. I played a little bit. It's all right. It's like, it's French Persona for me. That's the way I looked at it. It's very Persona-y. Yeah. Hulk may still be with Universal. Really? Didn't somebody just buy Universal? Like, all these movie rights are split up everywhere. Leaping Lads came out. Award shows have no value to me. I absolutely fucking hate them. I got to tell you, the Game Awards are, to me, it's more obnoxious than the Grammys and the Oscars and all this other stuff. Because And I've said this before. I hoped gaming would not get so Hollywoody, you know? Like it is just it has become a corrupted mess of corporate shit. So now when there's game awards, I'm like, did people actually are these good games or did they just buy these awards? I put no faith in any of this crap. It's utter bullshit all the time. Ugh. Never watch an award show. Yeah. I don't know. We watch it because, usually there's that trailer that everybody releases. I would rather just wait for the freaking thing to just end and then go online and spend 5 minutes going through the trailers. I don't need some guy in a suit telling me, oh, we got a brand new world exclusive. I don't fucking care, dude. It's like, I don't fucking care. It gets so stupid. Your favorite hobby is monetizable, so we shall suffer. We got news on that too. More suffering. I don't know. This is why again, music, movies, stuff like that. I really do like gravitating towards indie crap because it's like there's still passion there. It's not a committee meeting. If somebody makes a movie that's a little bit too extreme for the masses, I'm like, all right, fine, cool. Whether it's too dark, whether it's too goofy or whatever, I'm like, fine. At least that was different. God, I get the same template from Hollywood and like AAA games. It's like the same template over and over and over again. Everything's got to make it whittling, try to get the all the DLC, the microtransaction, games as a service kind of crap. It goes on forever, and I find all of it to be annoying. I just want a good game that's a single player thing, and when I buy it, that's where it ends. That's it. And it has to be complete. Thanks. Good. A Goofy movie. What about it? I don't like Goofy. Out of all the Disney characters, I know he's like stupid but lovable, but I don't love him. So to me, he's just stupid. I can't deal. I can't deal with Goofy. Get rid of all the movie rights and give them back to the original creators. Just think of an interesting movies that could be made if the creators own it all. Yuck. Why? Get rid of their portfolio of IPs that they just sit on and not do anything? EA? I don't, the only, like, I'm trying to think of, like, okay, traditional Disney characters in the Mickey Mouse realm of things that I actually like. I'm going to say Donald Duck, but early, like, 1940s pissed off Donald Duck. Spider, what's up? How's it going? A single player complete game. Good luck finding that nowadays. That's the problem. That's always the problem. It's like I get so frustrated. I can't even get hyped about a game that I'm actually interested in. Hey, the last game I was really hyped about and interested in? Beyond Good and Evil 2. Let's check our watches, everybody. We're creeping up on 8 years since they first mentioned it? Yeah. But Ubisoft's working on it. They're working on it. They're not. But now my Steam library is full of early access video games. Yeah. I try not to do a lot of early access stuff. But isn't it weird the way early access is basically like, here's a demo that we keep adding stuff to? It's I don't know. And there are games that are in early access for 5 years and they're just like, hey, we're coming out of early access. I'm like, God, I played this game like 100 times already. But what are you going to do? I don't do early access games. I did it with Pal World. I'm trying to think what else. Be My Horde. It's like a reverse Survivors like. So if you like Vampire Survivors, the object here is you're like this creepy lady, right? Necromancer, essentially. And you basically kill things. You raise the dead to create your army and then try to hold back other armies trying to get you. So it's fun. There is a bit of a challenge to it. It's put together well. So I would recommend it, actually. But Void Train. I never played Void Train. I've seen people play it, but it didn't seem to be my thing, so I never got into it. Yeah. Foamy's the modern equivalent of 1940s Donald Duck. Yeah, but you can understand him most of the time. I'm trying to think of Warner Brothers stuff. I feel like I had more of the Looney Tunes characters. I think that might have been like a thing back in the day. Are you a Disney person or Looney Tunes? You know, Bugs Bunny was like smart and sarcastic. Daffy Duck was freaking bonkers. Early Daffy Duck was insane, like literally. Porky Pig's all right, you know, Elmer Fudd, that kind of thing. You know, I feel like they had a better cast of characters that were more memorable. Like for Disney, I remember, okay, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Goofy, Minnie Mouse, the girl mouse, and who the hell else? Pluto, the dog that doesn't talk. You know? Is there any other characters? Trying to think. I think I like more characters from Tiny Toons. Holy shit. Oswald? Come on. Well, I'm like when I think Mickey Mouse, I feel like his group of weirdo friends, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, there was Chip and Dale was all right. DuckTales was good. You know, I like most of the characters are pretty good in that. You know, there was a Gizmo Duck got a little bit annoying after a while. Yeah, I don't know what happened though, but like most Disney stuff I don't like, and I feel like Fantasia would have been a lot better without Mickey Mouse. Yeah, like I don't know what it is. Like it's a well put together movie, but I'm like, it's got Mickey Mouse in it. Yeah, I mentioned Pluto. Pluto's useless essentially to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. Darkwing Duck. Yeah, that was. Like, let's make the shadow a duck, you know? It's like, okay. Well, that's weird. Pete, Humphrey? I don't know who the hell Pete and Humphrey is. Who the hell's Humphrey? Bogart? Pete who? Pete and Pete? Ed and Eddie? What? I don't know. Again, it's like when we were going through, like, a lot of cartoons. We had like a lot of 80s and 90s stuff. So Disney characters seemed very, I don't want to say crusty, but it seemed older, you know? But, you know, because dude, in the 90s, you had like Beavis and Butthead, you had Daria, you had, Mission Hill. You had more sophisticated stuff, at least content wise, maybe not animation wise. You know, that kind of thing. Even the 80s had like some decent stuff, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know, it didn't work. Ant and Aardvark. Hanna-Barbera. We watched a lot of Hanna-Barbera stuff because it was always rerun all the time. A lot of Scooby-Doo, you know? Scooby-Doo, Josie and the Pussycats. What? Animaniacs, yeah. That too. I remember more characters from Animaniacs than the main core cast of, you know, Mickey Mouse. What the hell does that mouse do? Now that I think about it, I'm like, what is this? What does he do? Weird. What are you going to do? No, it's just bizarre. I'm like, it actually bothers me. I'm like, what the hell's a Mickey Mouse? What does he do? He operated a steamboat once. He had one job, and basically he's been grifting ever since. Like, whatever. Let me get more coffee. The throat thing's really bugging me. I don't look that good either. What the hell? Fix this face, will you? Mickey owned the comedy club? I figured it would be funnier then. I never found him funny either. It's just like that. It was kind of like Alvin and the Chipmunks. He had that high pitched voice, and I guess that was the thing, you know. Meanwhile, we got the squirrel with the high pitched voice, but at least he's got some George Carlin-esque material to work with, you know. Burned himself real bad on the boiler. Collected workers' comp ever since. He's one of those. He's one of those rats. Oh, man. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, so Superman. Not a big fan. But let's go through days. The days. I really, every time I see one of those cards, it's like I want to kind of change my appearance, you know? Like a chameleon. What the hell is this? What, the Caribou Day? What? Oh, Carabobo. Who's Carabobo? I didn't even know what? All right, it's in Venezuela, apparently. There you go. Carabobo. See a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, right? It was the bear. Swim a lap day. France. Just know how to swim before you get in there. Farmer Day. Farmer. No farms, no food. Hey, come on. Governments of all type. Start giving them money. Okay? God, I hate getting my avocados from someplace else. I don't know what Inti Raimi Day is. Just make it Sam Raimi Day. I'll be fine with that. Okay. St. John's Day. St. John. Hey. There's a St. John. Nice. National Pralines Day. Pralines? Really? Okay. National Pralines Day. What do you got? National Parchment Day. Parchment paper? Ooh, parchment paper's cool, especially when you cook it. Nice. Midsummer Day. Open countries. Go.
79 Moods. It's good to see you. Been a while. Hope you're well. Still stuck in Kansas as I try to sell my house.
All right, but you're in Kansas, and one day you won't be in Kansas anymore, and you can say that and mean it. See? Put that in your back pocket. What? Just have a nice drive with everybody, and then as soon as you leave Kansas, you'll be like, hey, we're not in Kansas anymore. Just keep going. They could be like, oh, come on. I'm like, come on, dude, come on. Oh, man. What are we going to do? Boop, 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 boop. So. Oh, yeah, that was a bad pun, right? Is that a pun? I don't know if that's a pun. International Fairy Day. Really? Fairies? Are we? All right. I feel like I'm not dressed appropriately then. I could have had wings. Look, this kid over here's got wings. Let's see. National Upcycling Day. That's when you got to ride your bike uphill. National Day of Women in Diplomacy. All right. Day of the Seafarer. All right. Oh, that's tomorrow. That's whatever. That's, okay. God, all this sucks. National Pralines Day. It's food. I'm going with that. Food. All right. Do a line of fairy dust. Do you know how expensive that is? We just had to buy a fridge. I don't got money for fairy dust. All right. Box office. Bro. Toy Story 5. Look at that. $159 million over the weekend. I like seeing what movies, because ever since I found this, Screen Dollars, I'm like, how much money do movies make? You know? And it was cool to realize that Scary Movie, well, maybe not cool, but it did better than He-Man. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but at least dumb, raunchy humor still can make a buck, you know? Oh, God, what is Disclosure Day? 17 million. That's the Spielberg thing that people were like, oh, my God, it's a Spielberg. Yeah, it was underwhelming. Like, I don't know. Obsession. Backrooms is still making money and Obsession? Yo, these are like indie films for the most part. Scary Movie, Masters Universe. Oh, God, this thing's dead in the water. That poor movie. Oh, no. Hey. No, Scary Movie did better than Mandalorian, too. Who thought that was a good idea? Let's take season 3 of The Mandalorian and make it a movie, because whatever. All right, well, that's a thing. Boom. What else we got here? Valve. We downloaded this. Valve released their Steam OS, so any PC can be a Steam machine now. They got directions on how to do it and everything. So you got an old laptop or something like that. You got an old laptop? You download this. You download it now. You know, make a little Steam machine. If you're a streamer and you got dual PC, this might actually be beneficial because you can kind of, you know, it probably doesn't take up as much resources as Windows. Yeah. 17 events called. Nobody got bingo. Let me check my card. Maybe the demons are in my favor today. Nope. Demons still hate me. It's all right. They're evil. Come on, Gora, use some of your black magic and get me bingo. Go! Small town! You gotta roll! Equal to or greater than 4. Like easy mode. 16! Beautiful! Pick a number, any number. Right. Okay, you want 26? All right. Just like 26. That was instant. Boom. Got it. Which means they won. They were probably waiting for that. Nice. Nice. Missed a 90. All right. We got a wheel spin. First person to win bingo. Yeah, you know the routine. You know, you get to spin on a wheel of prizes, something from the Itch Shop, and then it's going to be a digital game or not game. We don't have games up there yet. Shh. Movie, comic, music. We'll see. Let's find out.
What's the deal? Let's spin the wheel. 'Cause you want bingo. Let's go. Spin that freaking wheel.
All right.
Spin that freaking wheel.
Spin the freaking wheel. Let's see where it lands. What will it be? Nobody knows. Me spinning around like an idiot. Stupid. What we got? Ooh. Ooh, 6.0 album. It's an album of music, kind of. Boop. All right. It's all right. Wheel spin happens. Nice. All right, we'll get that to you. If it's something you already have, feel free to pass it along. Somebody may not have it. It's a music. It's got music on it. It's all dark and disturbing and unfun, but there you go. Where is it? Let's see. You got to do my download keys. Hold on. Create download key. Got that. Boop, boop. Send it to you in a whisper. Boom. There you go. Bow. Nice. Hey. Now I get to close tabs. Boom. Got it. I've been saying boom a lot. Boom. Boom. I know what I'm doing. Thank you. Popcat. We're in a diner. They should make a Funko Pop a Popcat. Be like Inception. I don't know where he is, though. There he is. Okay. All right. Where did we leave off? Boom. All right. Valve Steam OS. Valve Steam OS. I'm kind of excited about this. Steam 3.8 now. You can turn your thing, blah, blah, blah. They do give you directions. You can download the official operating system image and try it out for yourself. What are the specs for this? Windows. Use the Rufus utility. Oh, I need another utility? Oh, man. Select Steam OS file. Write it to USB drive. This will format your USB drive. Okay. When you boot into Steam OS for the future. Yeah, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Guy could have put pictures, you know? All right, there you go. So, ad start. Oh, come on, dude. We're talking about Steam OS. All right, well, keep this in mind. If you do want to give some new life to an older computer, check the specs. You can have your own Steam machine without having to buy a Steam machine, which is a little expensive. Okay. I'm gonna save this for after after, you know, I'm gonna do that. Or let's just run the ad because I am gonna be in rare form for this article. I am absolutely astoundedly annoyed by it. So I'll just wait. I'll just wait. I know if you're stuck in ad limbo, I can't help you, but I can have coffee. No, I don't look at a Gazette card either. Okay. All right, well, at least I don't look that bad. Yeah, I don't have that many bandages. It's pretty good. Oh, she's falling, can't get up. What happened? Let me get water too. Probably should stay hydrated. What is with the throat, man? Damn. I know it was good lighting. Okay. Love my Steam Deck. Definitely getting a Steam machine. We put ourselves on the wait list, or whenever it comes out. I don't know that I'm gonna get it.
50 months woo.
Nice, 50 moons. Thank you, Zeroji. Appreciate. Thank you. Well, I mean, we have a computer and the little laptop we can probably just turn into a Steam machine. So I may not even really need to get it. What I do like about it and the Steam machine is it's supposed to run pretty quiet. And for those who don't know, hyperacusis, very sensitive hearing, so minimalizing all that, or minimizing extra sounds would be helpful. Because we have a decent computer, and I'm just like, it's loud. Like when we get that thing running, we literally have to leave the room now for some reason. I don't know. Doctors are stupid. Yeah, I know. All that medical training to say, I don't know. Yeah, change you used? Yeah, it was Popcat. Yeah, that was the Popcat. Here's a Popcat. Where is it? Number 40, 10G used. Popcat. Ah, you got it. Does that help me? No. There you go. Boop. Yeah, we only had one winner for bingo so far. I'm telling you, Wednesdays are slow days. I still show up, though. I still show up. No, we'll add more streams maybe in the fall, but I'm not doing it now. What? I'm going to work extra hard in the summer when people are having fun. Ridiculous. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. I got 35 seconds before I can yell. 35 seconds. I should probably stay hydrated. No, I really feel like this is infuriating. Because it literally says something that bothers me. I don't even know why I put my coffee all the way over there. I just end up getting it again.
It's coffee time. It's time to get some caffeine in your system. You might have had too much, but nobody listened, so you buzzed.
All right. I'm just waiting. I don't want to yell when nobody's here, If I rant in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, is it a rant? All right. Everybody back? You guys back? Everybody back from ad limbo? Banana Cat, get out of here. Boom. This thing. Look, EA, of course, EA. EA execs say there has been a real rise of creativity after developers embraced AI. This is going to explain a lot, guys. This is going to explain a lot. So let me read that again. EA exec says there has been a real rise of creativity after developers embraced AI. Which means these motherfuckers weren't fucking creative to begin with, okay? If you hire creative people and they're not being creative, and then all of a sudden they're giving a tool to be creative, then they ain't fucking creative. Who the fuck did you hire? This is why your games have been utter shit for years, because you hired people that you thought were creative, but apparently have no ideas. They just know how to press buttons and maybe draw a little bit. Well, congratulations. Now that got AI, creativity's on the rise. What? Because they got no fucking ideas. So they're just farming the bots for new content. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you ridiculous? Hey, I love AI. I like it. It's fun. It's a fun little toy that should be curing cancer and stuff. However, that says a lot, a rise of creativity. Where was that before? Why is everybody so creative now? What was stopping them before? Could it be talent? I don't know. I don't work there. Yeah, right. American Greed is what they do to creatives. Yeah, that was the problem. You're a little too creative there, McGee. No. We don't want that here. Like that's an excellent example. American McGee made the most unique, in my opinion, game that EA has ever published. You know, between American McGee, Madness Returns, and the Asylum one that he wanted to make, that they just, forget it. Are you kidding me? We were lucky we got Lost in Random published by them. Okay, at least that was fun and quirky, and it had a nice, cool atmosphere. But that publisher, they published their last game without EA. Thank you. Okay. This bothers the fuck out of me because it blatantly says that nobody's being creative there until they got AI. So and here's the thing, right? Nobody's going to want to hear this. If you have creative people that aren't creative, they don't need to be working there. Forget about AI. Start looking for the actual creative people that don't need to be using AI. There are people out there who have tons of ideas. They're not using AI. Hire them. That's where you're going to get your good stuff. Because American McGee's Alice came out, but before AI. Granted, yes, it was based on Alice in Wonderland, which is basically public domain, but I get that. But at least there was, at the time, a unique spin on. You know how many dark Alice in Wonderland stuff has happened since that? A lot. Don't worry if they're creative with AI. That's going to be really bad. If they need AI to be creative, you're going to, be able to tell. Yeah, but EA, the thing is, EA has just been churning out uncreative stuff for a really long time. Like, from what I've seen, maybe there's some gem out there that I don't know about, which is highly likely because I don't even look at EA shit anymore because they've been such a disappointment for probably a decade. Plus the American McGee thing kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So, this aggravates me. Look, I always want to have a kind of be a hero. Then what the fuck are you even talking about? EA executive Laura Meal, I don't know, the president of enterprise development, publisher, has commented on the role of AI in game development. She said in an interview that she was seeing a real rise in creativity, which means there wasn't any to begin with, at EA, thanks in part for developers using AI tools and systems to do tedious tasks. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. What, because somebody doesn't have to work on a spreadsheet, they're going to be more creative now? No. All that spreadsheet bullshit, you should have another department for that. You should have your tedious work department and your creatives, right? No, if you're getting creatives to do quote unquote tedious work or tasks, you're not using them right. Creative people need to be over there doing creative shit. Tedious stuff needs to be handed off to the interns, okay? That's how that shit works. Don't bother your creative people with tedious menial tasks. They don't like that. It's not creative, okay? So one or two things. If AI is now taking over tedious tasks that were given to AI artists to begin with, then you're fucking stupid for weighing down your creative people with menial tasks that are uncreative. Stupid management, okay? The other thing, tedious tasks could range between a lot of things from my understanding now. Like creating characters and having to think about backstory. The concept of tedious tasks is very subjective. Because somebody who just likes to make characters may not want to work on a backstory. So to them, that might be tedious. So then they just get AI to do it. So what are you doing with that? Like, it is annoying to me that this is even an article, but, it was inevitable. So now the problem is the creative, quote unquote, people that are going to be hired, they're just going to be churning out work that is not coming from a creative human, and basically a model, That's it. Like, and it's going to be ever encroaching, which you've talked about numerous times. The quote unquote tedious tasks, being very subjective, could range from spreadsheets to animation, lighting, background art. I, as a creative, quote unquote, I find background art to be motherfucking tedious. It is tedious as fuck. I don't want to draw a building. I don't like buildings. They're stupid. They're just background. Fuck off. I still do it. If I had other creative people to make backgrounds, I'd be like, yeah, creative people, make me backgrounds. You like doing that? Cool. Yeah. But now you can't even hire artists anymore because you don't know whether they're actually creative or they're just using AI, which is sad because God forbid I ever have to hire anybody. I wouldn't even know if the work they're giving me that I'm paying for is actual work they created or something that they might have stolen, which has happened numerous times in the gaming world, or just something that got churned out from AI. Or did they do it with their little hands? Yeah. Cat dude, what's up? And needs guidance. With that, it just runs into the same walls over and over again. So the AI department is going to run into the same walls. Oh, you could stop that with a prompt. If you're good with prompting, if you're a prompt engineer, as they call them now, you can mitigate repetition and them running into walls. Like, because we've tried it. I'm experimenting like a motherfucker with AI because I want to know the technology and, you know, figure out what it can do. You know, I want to know, and I've honed personalities with that fucking thing. You know, I could have a sarcastic motherfucker give me the weather right now. I'd be like, hey, dick, it's fucking 80 degrees right now in New York, you fucking prick. Eat another bagel, you fat piece of crap. Like, I could literally get it to do that. Thanks for telling me what the weather. Anyway, let's see. I always have kind of wanted to be able to hear what's seen as create career-defining experiences. Oh, God. Let's see. And I think that AI, what I've seen, how AI has enabled removing friction from our pipeline and our tools. Here we go. Workflows, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, some tedium out of your jobs. Yeah. Okay, sure. Tedium. Any artist will tell you creating art is very tedious. It is. It is. The final product is the reward for the artist, but the process is actually tedious. So, I don't define working at AI career defining. No, not unless you're CEO, you know, probably getting a ton of money. Whatever. So, that's today's major annoyance for me. You know, the rise of creativity thanks to embracing AI. You didn't have creative people to begin with. That's the sad thing. God. The ones that you did have, you got rid of. Or you gate kept their own IPs from them. All right, it's official. GTA6 pre-orders go live at midnight. What was it, 7:20? So this is tonight. You can pre-order GTA. It's not the same. Here's the thing. A pre-order at midnight isn't the same as, especially a digital one. It's not the same as like going to a midnight release at a GameStop, you know? Where you show up and you sit there, you're camping out because you want to get a copy of, I don't know, GTA 5 when it came out. What's up? GTA 6 will be the biggest April Fools ever. It's going to do well. What? What does that even mean, though? It's like it's going to do well. People are going to pay for it. They're going to complain about the price tag, which is what we're going to go through. I generally don't have a lot of animosity towards the makers of GTA games because I really feel like they make quality games. Like from God, since GTA 4, I mean, we played the earlier ones, which were like, you know, PlayStation kind of stuff, whatever. But GTA 4, 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, those games are just, they're well made. They go on forever. And they are, every time they release a game since that, it's been an iconic thing. You know, even their older DLCs were freaking amazing. Yeah. Boo, 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 boo. All right, so that's happening. That's things. Let's see. So what was the other people complaining about? Look, 2 game retailers are refusing to sell GTA 6 until there's a disc. Okay, here's the first problem. Apparently, GTA is going to have a quote-unquote physical edition, but it's going to be that case with the stupid fucking little piece of paper in it. Stupid piece of paper with a code on it. With a code. Come on. Okay, that's my problem with it. That's my problem. If you can have a physical release, make it an actual physical release. Please. Please. Rockstar Table Tennis. There you go. That's another one. That's not even a GTA related game. Man. So, what do you mean paid online? There's no paid online unless you're on a console. I mean, yeah, it's not coming out with PC for a while. Let's see. Okay. GTA6 will cost $80. Physical copies of the games will be an empty box with a download code inside. This is pathetic. Don't even make it at that point. Don't even do it. Wait till it comes out on PC and you can actually press a disc, okay? Because that's pointless. You're wasting plastic at that point. You got a physical copy with no physical game. Wow, they're so clever. Priceless, in fact. Yep. Okay. Collector's edition apparently is going to be $100. So you got an $80 game and a $100 game. There's going to be another problem with the $100 version. However, for nearly 40 years, we've been supporting physical media preservation value. Okay, so basically, Video Game Plus, what North American chain that has? I've never heard of Video Game Plus in my entire life. All right. For nearly 40 years, Video Game Plus has been committed to supporting physical media and preserving the value of physical game ownership, wrote VGP. As part of this commitment, our company policy is that we do not carry physical products for the video game console that contain only a digital download code. Okay, I got questions. Is this going to apply to those key cards that Nintendo does? Did you know that was a thing? Yeah. No, those key cards. Yeah, you put it in there. It's like you have the game, but you still got to download it. So they killed physical media. Let's see. Based on the information currently available, the physical release of Grand Theft Auto 6 for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X is expected to be a code in-box product. As a result, VGP will not be offering it for sale under our current company policy. Your current company, you're probably going to have digital cards for it, though, right? Like you can get a code, or they're just going to download it somewhere, whatever. VGP says a decision. Okay, who is the other company? Loot Box Gaming. So okay. These are two places I have never heard of. Okay, so these two retailers. This is basically an article. If it was like GameStop and what's the other one? Game Exchange. Then I'd be like, yeah, all right. Well, that's kind of big because I don't know how many stores video game. I've never even seen them. We're closely monitoring the GTA6 physical release situation over the next 24 hours. We've yet to receive full details on our end, but assuming information about it being a code in a box is true, we will not be supporting the release of GTA6 because fuck them, I want a disc. Okay, so that was from them. I ad-libbed, so don't quote me. Let's see. The internet has some things to say about GTA 6's price. The code in a box situation hasn't helped. All right. So I get it. Look, I get it. I get the code in the box thing. Don't even, like I said, don't even bother releasing a physical copy. It's unnecessary. You do that after you have your Game of the Year edition with all the DLC you're inevitably going to release. And then that would be fine. Physical release out the gate, not necessary in this day and age. For the most part, it isn't. Again, $80 for the standard edition, $100 for the deluxe edition. Now, this should bring us to, let's see. We're still back to this, right? Physical disc. We got that. Where is it? Where's the other article? This is the problem. GTA's Ultimate Edition locks off exclusive mission and shops, but how will it work? Okay, apparently. See, I highlighted this. Look. People raise the question about the power of its Ultimate Edition, though, namely the fact that several of its open world businesses appear to be locked off from players if they opt to buy the standard edition. Pre-order bonuses and cosmetic gifts are no new thing when it comes to video games, but by the wording here, only open for business with the Ultimate Edition. It seems like certain shops, salons, and tattoos parlors won't be accessible unless you own the more expensive version. It's weird. It's weird. Now, like I said, it is, the people who make Rockstar. They make good games. And I feel like, even $100 for GTA 6, I feel like they put that effort into it. And I feel like people are probably going to get $100, more than $100 worth of gameplay out of that. If you are really playing this game, you're going to be doing it for the next 7 years. So I'm not a big fan of like certain areas being gatekept. I would just come out with the Ultimate Edition and say, this is the edition with everything. Make it $100. Yeah. I'm not paying $100 for a single game. The thing is, it's never just a single game that like with them. Like Red Dead Redemption just kept evolving with updates and stuff. Same thing with GTA 5. Holy crap. You buy that game just seemed to go on forever. Will they do that for 6? I mean, I don't know, but I'm more interested in the story and how the characters are because, it's does take place in Florida. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So that's the thing. Everyone's bickering about that. What is this now? Oh, this thing. Look. Hey, speaking of stuff being too expensive, Overwatch fans revolt over new skins that cost too damn much. It's like Overwatch fans are old people, Damn, this skin costs way too much. Back in my day, I could get a skin Fortnite for like $10. Okay, here's the thing. This is funny. Look, the first 2 Ultra skins, these are new Ultra skins, right? Ultra. Now, the thing about the Ultra skins is they have sound effects and they add extra things in there. So they're a little bit more robust than your standard skins. These are Ultra skins. Okay, the first 2 Ultra skins, the Neon Cafe skins for God's favorite, who cares? And newcomers here are the skins themselves cost 3,500 Overwatch coins, which is $35. This costs $35. You can probably get a real cosplay outfit on Temu for $35. $35. But it's a cat cafe made costume. Shut the fuck up. Okay, look. Legendary skins, previously the highest tier of skin rarity, typically run you 1,900 in-game coins, which is $19. So you know what the conversions are here. So the Ultra ones got visual and sound effects when you kill an enemy. In Blizzard eyes, that's apparently enough to nearly double the cost of the skins. $35. Dude, I wouldn't even pay $35 for Overwatch as a game. Are you fucking kidding me? I know you guys move free to play, but it's also free to fuck off because this is insane. This is at $35? Dude, okay, Blizzard, do you know what the economy is like? Do you know where money goes and how people are making a living? Because clearly you don't. Money is tight for everybody, okay? Unless you have an extra $35 to just spend on... God, that character looks like shit, too. This isn't a well-designed character. Who did this? Who are you out there? This isn't a well-designed character. This looks generic AF, man. Like, yeah, they got hair and eyeballs. I don't see any personality here. I don't look at that like, okay, Mercy. When you see Mercy, that's Mercy, When you see Widowmaker, that's Widowmaker. Yeah. Tracer, that's Tracer. You can tell by the butt. That kind of thing. Like, what? Whatever. I don't care. I don't play Overwatch, but I'm just saying $35 for a skin is absolutely atrocious and stupid. Let's see. PlayStation is removing almost 1,000 more shovelware titles. Hey, Nintendo. You want to look into this business practice. I feel like this is a good business practice. You want to look at your eShop? Well, $35 better be get what skins and what bottle. I know, right? Dude, hey, if you ever get the card game and make a digital one, make sure you have $35 skins. And you gotta call it like, you know, I want to support, but there's no other way to do it. Here, I'll buy this skin DLC. Make it quirky and weird that way. Yeah, and just give Pilz-E red glasses instead. You know, people are like, wow, look at this DLC, it's so cool. Not on Steam. They'd be like mostly negative, go die. You know? Sony has been actively working to enhance the overall quality of the PlayStation Store by removing low-effort titles in 2026. The company moved particularly swiftly, removing 1,000 games in January, then again in April, and another 1,000. How are these people churning out games? Wow, man. I feel like we're lagging behind. Let's see. FA Games has announced via X, formerly Twitter, that their shovelware games will soon be removed from PlayStation Store. Decision comes in response to PlayStation's implementation of stricter publishing guidelines, which do not align with Apple Games' business model. In other words, no AI? Question mark? What is their new thing? I didn't even know what games Apple Games makes. What does Apple do? Elton John Pilz-E glasses. Bro! Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Good job. What? I didn't even think about that. Boop, 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 boop. No, I would give him the, what do you call it? Martin Scorsese glasses. Or the George Romero glasses, you know? I call them the Romeros, you know? Let's see. However, this is not the end of the developer, as they will continue to release new games on Xbox. Xbox. If it's not good enough for PlayStation, is it good enough for you? I know it's fine for Nintendo, but let's be better than that, okay? Let's see. Titles include Honey Sprint, Beetle Shock, and Chico's Delivery. What's wrong with Chico's Delivery? I don't know these games. All right, well, no, there's less shovelware in the PlayStation Store, so that's pretty cool. What? All right, Supergirl review. A grittier, edgy, and rougher second entry in the DCU. There's like a thing for this. I don't know. We might have a tab open for it. People got those early reviews, and they're like, yeah, it's all right. That's it. I was going to have this whole thing about Superman in this, and I don't care. Like, superhero fatigue. I don't know. Hopefully it'll be good for people who want to watch it. Boop. Teachers. Oh, God, I can't deal with that right now. What else we got? Oh, Konami. Konami's on the Nintendo bandwagon of suing people. Konami is suing to unmask whoever's responsible for the major Metal Gear Solid 2 source code leak. Ruh-oh. 4chan and 2 file-sharing sites were involved with the leak. Ruh-oh. Do not spoil the movie. No, I don't. I literally just closed the tab. I don't care enough about it to spoil. let alone be like, hey, this is what happens. No, we usually have a no spoiler policy. Anyway, come on, man. I follow the rules. Earlier this year, source code for Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty was leaked over 20 years after the games were... Really? Konami, are you worried about 20-year-old source code? Yeah, but it's ours. Of course, it was filed in California's district court. 2 sites, stream, blah, blah, blah. Company is asking the judge to compel the owners of the sites to help it track down who originally posted material online and shared it. Okay. So basically, whoever did it, they're trying to go yell at right now. Hey, does Konami even know what to do with the source code? I don't know. They didn't with Silent Hill. Now, all of a sudden, they're concerned with source code? Bro, we gotta go. This is source code. This is so important. You know? Hey, what about the original Silent Hill source code? We don't talk about. Shut up. Didn't you guys lose that because you wanted to Metal Gear Solid? What Silent Hill though? You know, we could have made a shut up. God. Like, come on. Like, who cares? Like, at this point. Like, let it go. It's a 20-year-old game. Valve is working with Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA to make SteamOS run on any PC hardware. Whoa. See, this is the cool thing. So for those out there who are like, man, I got to get a Steam machine, you may not. You know? This is why, okay, here's the thing. Hey, for everybody on the planet, Epic Games, who's like, yeah, you know, Steam's got a monopoly on PC gaming. There's a fucking reason people like Steam. Because they do shit like this. They go out of their way to say, you know what? If you can't get a hold of a Steam machine, don't worry about that. We're going to try to make your old software or old laptop be a Steam machine. Are you fucking kidding me? I can't even look at an Epic game without, you know, putting a fucking installer in there. Epic, shut the fuck up. Your free games are nice and everything, but I don't fucking care, all right? Nobody likes you, Epic, and this is the reason why. Because you're shitting all over a company that's doing this and trying to make gaming more accessible to everybody who has a fucking laptop. You're the one gatekeeping exclusives on a PC like a chump. Anyway. No, they had a lot of timed exclusives. That's like, oh, it's an Epic Game Store exclusive. I'm like, yeah, I'll wait a year and a half for it to come out on Steam, thanks. Like, right? Intel Arc Steam OS driver. Let's go. Exactly. So hopefully sooner than later, but you know, we'll see what happens. Boop. Meta has created a predictive markets app. Because, you know, Facebook doesn't have enough money. They have to have a predictive market. In other words, IRL gambling on events market. Kind of weird, right? Weird. So yeah, Facebook is Meta, is getting into just about everything. Maybe they should give the metaverse another try instead of doing this. At least he's not causing any harm. Oh, they're causing harm now. Okay, here's the thing about gambling. I don't care about gambling, okay? And if you're addicted to gambling, one, get help. Two, I don't think gambling should not exist. It's kind of like alcohol. I don't think alcohol shouldn't exist. There are people who are going to abuse it, but I don't think everything should just be ripped away. You know, same thing with gambling, all the vices in the world. They should be there. And yeah, I say this with a demon literally on my shoulder here. They should exist, but like everything, moderation. And I don't think the rest of the world should have to censor, gatekeep, whatever, tone down or get rid of, abolish, because there's a handful of people that can't handle this. And, you know, go crazy and overdo it and, you know, overindulge. It's kind of ridiculous, you know? Fantasy gambling is really fun. See? I don't know. Like, if I had an extra $100, I'd be like, yeah, speculative thing. Let's see what happens. But I give dude, we literally went to a casino. I gave myself $100 to lose. Because I'm like, I'm never coming to a casino. We did a couple of things. I think we won $5. Then we lost money. And I think I only spent around $75 on gambling because I'm like, the odds are not in my favor. You know, I'm going to take this extra $25 and get coffee. You know what I remember? The coffee, because it was fucking awesome coffee. That was it. I got like 30 cups of coffee. It was ridiculous. That was it. $100. Yeah. No, I'm a little fish. I'm not the whale in there. And I don't know. Have a cutoff point. You know, same thing with this. You know, if you got deep pockets and you want to, you know, do $2,000, then yeah, but make that your cutoff point. Don't be that. Well, one more. You know, don't do that. Yeah. Hey, if I can do that with a box of cookies, you can do that with gambling. All right. Okay. We got a small box of cookies the other day. There was 12 cookies in there. I could have eaten all of them. I had 6. 6 cookies. I was good. All right. AI data centers boom hits a human bottleneck. Critical skilled labor shortages could slow the deployment despite billions of funding. So here's the funny thing about AI data centers is they still need humans to build them, but everybody is too stupid to have the skills to actually do the labor. This is hilarious to me. Because what is holding us back, and I've said this numerous times, from developing newer technologies and moving forward technologically as a unified society, is the sheer amount of human stupidity and lack of skill. This is insane to me. We don't even have workers qualified to put this shit together. Everybody's investing billions of dollars. Nuclear reactors are being made for this crap. And well, who are we going to get to work on this? I don't know. Look good on paper. I didn't realize we still needed people to put this together. Yeah, way to go. NVIDIA came up with a guide plan on how to build data centers. Yeah, probably. I mean, until they're 3D printed, you know, in place. But, I mean, dude, there's a lot of wiring going on there. There's networking. There's all this kind of weird shit. Hey, if you're into networking stuff and you know stuff, boom, get a job at a data center. You'll probably be paid really well at this point because you are considered a asset if you know how to do that. So, bro, you're out there, boom, right here, go. It's funny, dude. Like, you know, we could save a lot more lives if we just had doctors, you know? We could have a lot more AI data centers if we just had people that knew how to put these together. Yeah, maybe, I know everyone's in a rush to replace humans, but guess what? You still kind of need them. Sad but true, right? Unbelievable. Meta cuts 8,000 jobs after its best quarter ever. Months earlier, 6 executives got options worth up to $920 million each. Okay, am I the only one to think this is something wrong here? Okay, so 6 executives essentially get $1 billion in options each. That's $6 billion. They cut 8,000 jobs, and then this guy supposedly wants to make a whatever predictive market gambling thing. This is crazy to me. Hey, if I was one of those executives getting to $921 million, I'd be pretty happy. However, I would probably be more along the lines of the 8,000 people losing a job, so I would not be happy. AI is going to cost more than human workers. I have actually heard that, which is actually kind of interesting. 1 second. There was this thing where like a company was using, you know, they have a handful of workers or whatever, but they're all using AI, and they've been chewing up tokens like a mother. And the cost was astronomical for this company. I think it was like, what, $250,000 in a month because everybody was using AI for basically everything. Like, that's insane. Because they're like, if we just had people do this, we would not have spent this much. So that's technically, in certain aspects, that's actually true. So, yeah. The weird thing is anytime I've used AI and I reach my limits and they're like, you're at a whatever, you got to wait a certain, I'm like, okay. That's it. I can wait. I'm a very patient individual. You know? Banana Cat, what? The second time. Second time, Banana Cat. All right, getting on the wall. Okay. So that's the thing. Boop. All right, look at this. Speaking of AI, A24 fans mourn its death, tentatively, after the Backroom Studio signs a $75 million Google AI deal. Membership canceled, bro? Look, artificial intelligence research partnership with Google DeepMind has unsurprisingly pissed off the studio's fan base. So, like, God, we say this. I hate being the harbinger of doom, but, you know, we are an oracle in a sense where we can see the writing on the wall and we know companies are going to be implementing AI for tedious tasks, you know, like filmmaking and stuff. A24's got a fan. They do have a very loyal fan base. They do. It's kind of like when a New Line Cinema would come out with something. People are like, oh, it's New Line. You know, same thing with Focus Entertainment, a little bit, but here we go. See, like, A24, the quote-unquote independent film production studio behind the likes of Backroom, Uncut Gems, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Hereditary, has signed an artificial intelligence research partnership deal with Google. Shockingly, the same fans who love the studio's art house and cult films aren't too happy, blah, 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 blah. 35 million, according to this, is okay. How are they going to be using this? Look, AI tech will be used to create new tools for movie production and distribution. You've already done that. You don't need to spend 75 million? 75 million to learn how to distribute a film when you've already distributed films. You got that. So something tells me they're using it for something else. That's stupid to me. Oh, we're going to use it for distributing films and stuff like that. What? You're doing that already. Yeah, but we can streamline it. Well, then do that. Or we're trying to do that with AI. For $75 million? Just hire Bob. Bob can distribute your film. You know, let him sitting in his basement, submitting your stuff to Netflix. Okay? Just give him a password and let him do it. There will be full AI movies, and they're going to get done real fucking fast. I guarantee you, I want to say as far out as 10 years, but probably a lot sooner. You're going to have a large portion of content be 100% AI made. I guarantee you. Yeah. And the thing is, it's not going to be that bad. But the problem that is going to arise from that, eventually people are going to stop caring about content because they kind of already do. Like a lot of people don't value content because it's so disposable. And you throw AI into that, you're basically making, you know, even if you spend like $1 million getting this thing together, nobody's going to care because they're also flooded with content. Go.
Hello, Steve. What up?
What's
Heading
up?
to the gym after work. How's it going?
Doing all right. We're trying to survive, much like A24 and their AI shenanigans, allegedly. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Go.
Did you get your fridge?
Yes, we did. It's cold. And it has a light in the freezer. We're moving up in the world. Oh, God. Right. And thankfully, it fit in a spot. So, yay. And thank you. Some tech executive that gave college commencement speeches were getting booed about AI. Oh, of course. Meanwhile, all those, and if I was doing the commencement speech, I'd be like, all right, everybody here booing me right now, how do you think you graduated? Did you use AI? Raise your hand if you didn't use AI. Okay, rule number 1 of getting out into the real world. Shut the fuck up, you hypocritical bitches. Okay, enjoy the rest of your life and leave. That's absolutely what I would say if I had to speak at a thing, because that is ungodly obnoxious. But somebody, ooh, boo, he mentioned AI. How the fuck do you think you got here? How do you think you're getting this diploma? And guarantee you, most of those people used AI. Guarantee you. Because anybody who's like, honestly, if you're going to hate on AI so much, you shouldn't be using it. Don't virtual signal about hating AI and use AI. That's the whole thing. Use AI responsibly. That's the important part. You know? Again, I don't care if people use AI, but do it in a responsible sort of way. You know? Have fun with it. Do fun things. 100% AI movies don't need to be made. You know, but I don't like the hypocritical thing. Every time I see something anti-AI, I guarantee you, I've seen anti-AI YouTube videos that are using AI thumbnails. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? There was that article that we saw that I would say allegedly was complaining so much about all the AI games on Steam during Next Fest, and the image they had looked very derivative of AI. I'm not going to say it was, but the general consensus at first glance is if a human made this, they probably got brought up by AI. So it's ridiculous. My sister complained at me for using ChatGPT. Well, she uses Gemini. Yeah, because now there's a moral high ground. Yeah. Well, ChatGPT works for the government. Oh, what do you think Google's any better? They all work for somebody. Guess who that is? Government. Okay? Yeah, but Claude is not as bad. It's not as evil. What are you kidding me? Okay, here's the thing. AI is evil all the time. You know? No, because then now everyone's going to still use AI, but they're going to complain which one's better. It's much like being on Facebook and X and Blue Sky. I won't be on X because blah, blah, blah. And then they'll be like, yeah, but I'll be on Blue Sky. So basically now we're going to be separating and taking sides with AI. And it's all going to be about their politics. Well, this one's used for this, and I don't agree with that. This one's used for this, and I don't agree with that. Yeah, but I agree with this. I use this because this one's... Are you kidding me? Like, it bothers one of the main things that really bothers me, my entire existence, is there is this hypocrisy that humans have. They're like automatically hypocritical. And it's like, they don't want to recognize that. Like if somebody says, hey, you said this and you did, I'd be like, oh, all right. Yeah. I've been fucking hypocritical about that. You know what? You're right. But nobody wants to do that. Everybody just wants to dig deeper and defend their point of view and then try to be self-righteous about it. And it gets tiresome, at least for me as somebody who kind of looks at this and I'm just like, yo, AI can be a good thing. It can be. It's just all on who's using it. But no, everybody, literally, if you say that, people are just like, no, it's all bad. Why is it all bad? It's frustrating because I don't think humanity is ready for AI because we still have that mentality of this one's better than that one because of this. If we're taking sides on social media, we're going to take sides on AI. And until we can just meet somewhere in the middle and figure out how to use all this technology to better society as a whole, it's just going to be the constant, left, right, back and forth thing. It's so stupid. It's really tedious. And we've been around long enough to just say, yo, we should have gotten better, but I know at a certain point, like, as a generation gets older, they do get wiser to a certain extent. Some of them do not evolve at all. But then they're like, quote unquote, out of the game, so then you have another new generation that hasn't been exposed to as much information. They're more emotional. They take sides instantly. And then they get older and then they get to the point where, they're occupied with work, jobs, kids, family, blah, blah, blah. They're now out of the game like the previous generation. So now another generation and so on and so on. Essentially, we're in this cycle of uninformed ignorance, which is no fault of their own. They've got to learn. The education system absolutely sucks. But then the older people just feel like, you know what? Let them figure it out because they're occupied with their lives. So the people that should be in this are now wrapped up with, work, family, kids, house, home, whatever, just trying to make a living and survive. So their perspectives are lost on a topic that's very important. And collectively, we should all be working together to unify, bring forward. But no, now we have a generation of people that hate AI, yet they use it. Yeah. It's the internet. If the internet said it's true. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's deeper digging, the harder it is to run. What? Trench dogma. I know, but that's the thing. It's like the concept of, I'm just burning stuff into my screen right now. No, that being stuck in a dogma is never a good thing because then it doesn't give you wiggle room,
It's a raid. Destroy them all with
What's up,
power hacks
Adam?
and
Thank
tricks.
you. Hope you're doing well. What's up? But what happens then is like nobody, if you're so rigid in your dogma or your ideology or your perspective, you're this immovable object. And it literally makes your life harder, It really does, because then you're so rigid in what you believe and what you think is right, even if you're proven wrong. And I guarantee you, there's people on both sides or of whatever topic that have met somebody equally as stubborn. And then you're just sitting there yelling at each other. You could have a lot in common, but nobody wants to budge on their viewpoints. And then you just end up creating all this tension and hate amongst each other. Why? You know, it takes more energy. I'm always like, well, you know, that's not my opinion. No, that's not my thing. You know, I'll still be chill with somebody, you know, as long as they end up being reasonable. If they're still yelling at me that their point of view is right, even though I don't agree with it because I have a particular set of information available to me and their information is available to them and it's a conflict, I'll be like, look, give me a couple of days. I'll do more research on it, you know, and then we can get back to this. But I don't want to argue about it if it's something I'm uneducated about. Nobody wants to admit that they're uneducated about a topic, too. I ain't going to be talking about fucking baseball because I don't know shit about it. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, that guy should have done this, you know, instead of, you know, throwing it to home plate, blah, blah. I don't fucking know. I'm lucky I can run to first base. You know, what the fuck, dude? I'm not going to pretend and say, you know, this team is better. I don't know. But any other topic, it's just like, know what you know. And if you don't know enough about it or you're unsure, just admit it. There's nothing wrong. Get rid of that egotistical shit. Ego really holds back humanity like you wouldn't fucking believe, you know? That's where the rigid dogmatic view thing comes from, where you're just like, this is my view. You know, and again, we've talked about this numerous times. You have a particular view and then you define yourself by it. Then that view is so entwined with your ego that when somebody goes against that ideology, you feel personally attacked because you've defined yourself by it. You know, and this is, you know, basic psychology, but I guess nobody gets taught any of this shit in school. You know, so keep that in your back pocket when you meet somebody who is very rigid.
I'm not a fan of AI, but I accept it as a tool. Just yesterday I used it to translate 1,800 lines of data into a departmental review in 4 hours that would have otherwise taken a week. Now I can implement changes in a week rather than a 1-month pilot program.
It has its place and isn't going anywhere. See, exactly. But like, okay, Wolfnick, you do something like that. Now, there's going to be people out there who are like, well, you should have hired other people to do it. You know, there are other, you know, programmers and stuff. Who's got this budget? You know, EA does. But, you know, I mean, for the sake of efficiency, that's an excellent use of that. You know, if it can check the code properly, you know, find the errors and stuff like that. What are you going to do? Hand it over to another person? Be like, yeah, I'll get to it in 5 months when they could do it in 3 hours? Fuck that. You know? Self-improving AI, what? The end of the year? What? Intelligence explosion 2. I hope so. No, I want AI to be good, but I also want to keep it in check. Because here's the thing. I'm going to throw this out there. If anybody's looked into psychopaths, some of them are so smart, right, that they inevitably come to the logical conclusion that people are terrible. Okay? Now, people can know that people are terrible, but sometimes the problem with the serial killer thing is they act on that, and that's the problem. So this is why we have to, as much as I want, you know, AI to be super intelligent, I feel like at some point it is going to look at humans as this perpetual problem of repetitive failure. And if they're just looking at us as data, they're going to be astounded by the percentage that they thought we would even get to be at this point. They're probably like, we didn't even think humans would get this far based on the history we know. And it's like, do we really want to keep this going? That's something you do have to worry about. You know, so, God, I mean, dude, I'm sure there are people here where you've just met people that are just, you know, the NPCs of the world. And you're like, how is this person even existing? Like, how do they live? They're taking up resources. They're procreating. Exactly. We have robot cats. There you go. Thank you. You know, and you just look at these individuals and you're just like, how? God, please no more of them. I mean, and we're just, thinking with our meat computers. Imagine what a real computer that actually has some kind of intelligence and mathematically can determine how good humanity is. If you did a Yelp review on humanity, what would you give it now? Like 2 stars? Maybe, on a good day. Humanity, 2 stars. And we don't even see all of it, We don't even have quantum PCs yet. I feel like we had a huge tech explosion in like...
is punching you in the face through time and
Hold that
space.
thought.
You don't even know the time or the place. They just appear, smack you in your beard, then they're gone. Like a pop song that trends for about 15 minutes, then it's gone again.
Nice.
Quantum mechanic kittens.
There we go. We need quantum mechanic kittens. What? So they can go back in time and punch somebody in the face just so they know what they're doing is wrong before they do it. Thank you. Yeah, but it's like we had this big explosion of tech from, if you think about like computers in 2000s to now, 25 years, ridiculous. Now, apply that growth to AI, but having AI do the self-improvement thing, where it can figure out what it's doing wrong and improve upon itself to be better. It's already figuring out math equations that most mathematicians cannot even solve. It is, it's more efficient than most people. It is. And people know that. And I feel like there's a fear there. People have a fear of becoming obsolete. It's like the Twilight Zone episode. Obsolete. It's a real possibility, A lot of jobs will be obsolete because AI will do it better. I don't agree with that, but it's the inevitability of existing. So hopefully a universal income thing will kind of kick in, and it would be really great. Said this before, universal income supplied by all the billionaire people who are doing all this AI stuff because clearly they have the money to do it. And then everybody else can just live their life. And if they have land, they can turn it into farmland and grow their own food. Peaceful existence. You make your own food. If you own property, get rid of whatever property tax, that kind of thing. Just like let people live on their land, right? Own what they own and not become perpetual renters of everything. Well, with the exception of AI, of course, but it's going to be weird, man. Everything's free now. Like if you think about it, everything's going to be free with the exception of AI. You can get AI for free though. No, again, LM Studio, and you can find large language models that work okay. They're only up to date to a certain point, so after a certain time period, they may not know knowledge about particular things. Some of them are a bit wonky. And also, you can remove the guardrails if you need to. There you go. This is why I look into AI, because I need to know this shit. Yeah. All right. Property tax fund school. Here's the thing. Everybody would happily pay property tax if we actually got some educated students out of these fucking schools that property tax supposedly funds. Because I seem to see just idiot upon idiot being churned out of these quote unquote schools that we're supposed to be like all funding through taxes and stuff like that. I feel like we should have a productivity system where we're like, I want to see what's coming out of these schools before any of my taxes supports it, because people are fucking stupid right now. A lot more so than you even can imagine. If they can't read cursive, then there's some problems. I know people are going to be like, I can't read cursive, but that's not your fault. You weren't taught that. Why weren't you taught that? It's extra steps. Yeah, but now you're basically gatekept from all this other. Well, AI will translate it for me. Are you fucking kidding me? Then we're back to this again. I don't need to know cursive because I have AI. I don't need to know another language because I have AI. I have a translator. I have this. And then eventually you're too reliant on technology and all that other stuff. I want the schools to produce people that can work on the data centers because we don't have anybody smart enough to do it, apparently. Oh, God. It boggles my mind. Concerned that there won't be enough jobs after the AI revolution. Well, that's where the universal income has to come in, kind of like Social Security. You know, dude, tax the AI companies higher. They're going to be making money from every person on the fucking planet, you know? So that should go into a fund and, you know, just have it redistributed. I'm not a socialist by any means. I'm not one of those people that's like, you know, communism, redistribute wealth. I want to be wealthy. I would love to be wealthy. And if I had a ton of money, I wouldn't mind giving some to people who need it just to live, you know? That kind of thing. I would not, you know, multi-billionaire, whatever. How many billions do you need? Hypothetically, I got 10 billion and they're like, you have to give us 7 billion. Okay, here, take it. I wouldn't even bat a fucking eye. I would like to know where it goes, but I wouldn't bat an eye. Here. They're like, wait, you're just going to give us, I have $3 billion. What do I need the extra 7 for? But I want to know where it's going. Oh, we can't tell you that. Oh, here we go. No, now I'm not going to give it back. Give me back my $7 billion. You know, come on. AIR is going to place a lot of white collar jobs. It's not the people making sub 100K that will be affected. It's the ones that are paid 6 figures to send emails. Yeah, and I'm kind of fine with that. Like, yo, everyone go to a trade school. Like I say this every stream, go to a trade school. You know, imagine you're a licensed plumber. Not only do you not have to hire a fucking plumber, but you can fix other people's plumbing issues and make a ton of money. Same thing with carpentry. Be a roofer, bro. Well, not everybody's got a house, but you know, there are houses. They still exist and they need to be fixed. You know, any kind of carpentry, do drywall, painting. Hey, you got good balance on the ladder? There you go, paint. I would rather people do that than sit in front of a desk. Holy shit. Our whole life is, because we're creative, we are in front of a computer all the time. Yo, I would like to get some sunlight. Well, not me. You would like to get some sunlight every once in a while. You know, trade schools almost seem appealing at this point because you're like, wow, I can learn to do this and that. Electrician? Imagine being able to do your own electrical work and you're really good at it. Dude, that would be awesome. Because then I'd be building weird shit. I don't know. What? I can replace a light switch. I could do that. Okay? What? No, I just got to tell them to turn off the power thing. Yeah. Like, yeah, make sure I don't explode. Oh, God. Sorry for the highlight. What? But I got Renfield. Ooh, you got Renfield. Perfect non-universal movie film for it's really good. No, we got that. We got the Blu-ray. We didn't get the 4K. I'm jealous. Well, the Blu-ray was super cheap. It was like $7.99. I was gonna be like, yeah, I got that. I did get the 4K of Office Killer with Carol Kane. I had to track that down. Holy shit. What? Speaking of Pilz-E, what? What? Want me to sell the damage? I know. It's on the list. It's on the list. It's on the list. List of things to do. At least get them up for 25 years or whatever the fuck you do. Add potential age mortality on top of that. There's no way immortality becomes a thing. Not, well, at least not in our lifetime. And I don't think it would be allowed. If that makes any sense. We'd be in, what was that Justin Timberlake movie? What, it was called like Time, right? Where basically you worked and it would give you like hours on your life kind of thing. In Time? Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, and basically like you, at a certain point, your time ran out, you know? I didn't get to see that. I just know the premise of it. I literally have the Blu-ray. I just never got a chance to watch it. So that's, if anything's going to happen, that's going to be it. Because there's no way they let everybody live forever. And some people you don't want living forever. Okay? Already have what? Samaritan running things? Machine to combat it. Yeah. Let's see what do we got. And a world collapsed. Rich want to live in a world that's thriving, not the present of empty dead world. No, I feel like God. There's a lot of stuff that can be scaled back, and I think with AI, okay, hear me out on this. With AI, we could have probably buildings put together better. through blueprints, engineering, and stuff like that. All this other stuff. We can make really good, efficient neighborhoods, but we're still going to need people to put that together. Plumbers, carpenters, all that other stuff, right? Now, if we could do that, well, all right, here's the problem with that. For all the coolness that AI can bring us and all that other stuff, you can make really nice neighborhoods. You can do this, blah blah blah. You can stop crime by having, things get monitored and all that other stuff. It's still going to rely on the quality of people. If you have garbage people still running around in the world, an AI run utopia ain't going to work, because there's people who still want to cause problems because they get bored. So you got to keep people occupied. But, if people had free time to just do whatever the fuck they wanted, they could either be creative, play games, whatever the hell they want to do, Again, I don't know, tradespeople are going to be super, super important. So if you are younger, work on that, especially if you're in like high school or something and everyone's like, oh, you should go to college. Honestly, I'm going to say this right now. Unless you're going to become a doctor or something like that, fuck college. Forget it. I am all about higher education and learning, but if there's something you want to know, you can just look it up online. We've lived long enough to know that everything that we've learned in college doesn't apply to anything people actually care about. Nobody's asked me any historical facts about anything. I didn't get hired or fired based on my knowledge of a war from 1812. Nobody, quizzed me on the Spanish Inquisition. If they did, I would just do a Monty Python bit. None of that shit fucking matters. Now, if you want to do a higher education, you're getting into philosophy. You're going to be some kind of major of antiquity or all this other stuff, and you need to know that knowledge. Then yeah, you might need some guidance or whatever. But fuck that shit. Trade school. What? I cannot recommend that enough. There's no way you're gonna go to college and then get like some kind of research job. Nobody's gonna need a research job, and even in a museum, you're gonna need that one person. What is this artifact? Let me take a picture. AI will look it all up, find all the information. If it doesn't know anything about it, it'll make a surmised guess, basically, on where it's coming from, and then maybe you'll need that one human expert to be like, oh, okay, this is not Aztec. It's from this culture or whatever. And it's like, are you sure about that? All right, let's check with AI. That kind of thing. Forget about it. Emails are going to be sent automatically. Some of them already are. So don't even worry about it. Everything I've learned has all been hands-on, self-taught. See, there you go. And I got to tell you, this one back here went to art school, like art college. And with the exception of the actual drawing skills, none of the programs or any of that crap apply today at all, because all of that is antiquated bullshit. Nobody even cares that you can actually draw, because people use AI art if they want to do it themselves. Even freelance jobs for artists and stuff like that, drying up. And I know there's this movement now, support indie artists and stuff like that. Next generation ain't gonna care, because you have diminishing returns on caring for every generation. Kind of like physical media. You know how people cherished physical media and they're like, oh, physical media. And then the next generation is like, yeah, kind of, it's all right. Now people are like all digital. It only takes 3 generations. So, this is why like grandparents, when they talk to their grandkids, they're like, you don't know about this? Doesn't take long. So, what job will pivot from AI? Filling up forms of middle income? You know what? The first thing AI's got to do is just automate taxes. That shit should have been done day one. It's like, hey guys, we got AI. Okay, quick, everybody automate taxes. Everybody. Because here's the thing, we got to use accountants, and our accountant is cool. I like them. But I would like to just give all the numbers to a robot and just be like, what? What is it? What are you going to take from me this year? More supporting artist, so-coded artists that only know how to do the same things. If I were to pay someone that looks like the same thing everyone else says, yeah, it gets a little difficult. God, there's so many of them though. Big tax preps will not allow that. Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. They should literally have an AI that just does your taxes. Like, why not? Where? Why? Why? It's not there yet because a lot of people last year tried to use AI to prepare their tax. No. No. Did not work well. But yeah. Bloody Angel, what's up? How's it going? You alive? Let me get more coffee. Boop. It's called lobbying. Yeah, but at a certain point, people are going to care. You know? It's like, I feel like lobbyists at this point are just, it's like an archaic throwback to just idiocy. Who cares? You know? Oh, we got to make sure, you know, what TurboTax stays in business. For what, dude? Let people just do their thing. There's like, they make all these tax things overly complex just so people have to go to somebody who knows the overly complex version. Simplify this shit. Remember, dude, years ago, like 2 decades ago, we're going to simplify the tax system. Yeah, when? Well, we got the easy form. It's not very easy. This is not easy. Okay.
Just got back to the house from work. Also saw a dude who was so desperate to stay in front, he went 80 in a 45, but then got caught behind one of the slowest drivers on the highway.
I love that. And then you can like pull up right behind him and you wave a little bit. You know? You're like, hey, yeah, you got real far. But actually, I don't do that because somebody doing that kind of stuff, they're irrational to begin with. So mind your hand gestures because they're already pissed off. Because people are fucking crazy out there. If you're a driver and somebody pisses you off because they're being crazy, chances are they're already pissed off. Be the better person, right? Don't wave your hands around. Don't be like, oh, you know, don't do that. Don't flip them off. Go.
I was honestly tempted to point in my dash cam with a smile.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Nah, man, because people, I've seen videos, people making hand gestures and stuff, and the guy literally just stops right in front of him and gets out of the car and starts like hitting their car with a bat. There's always that crazy fucker out there. So assume everybody's a crazy fucker and just chill. You know? Hey, well, we're stuck behind somebody slow. It's like, we're just like, whatever. Just listen to the music, look at the view, whatever. Don't care. I don't know, I'm not getting into an argument with somebody who's going to go nuts. I don't care. Like, whatever. I'm like, yeah, the fruit cut right in front of us. Okay. I guess they're in a rush. That must suck. Yeah. You got to be zen about that. Try to be as zen as possible when dealing with other people because you don't know where they've been and where they don't care where they're going. That's kind of the problem. Yeah. You get that one person that just freaks out because you grabbed the last box of cookies. You know? There's been times when that's happened where I went to reach for something and I picked it up and they're like, oh, there's no more? And they're like a little agitated. I'm like, yeah, I don't need to be eating this. You want it? They're like, oh, wait, really? Their personality changes completely. I'm like, yeah, you know, I shouldn't be eating this. Like if my doctor saw me eating these things, I'd probably be in trouble. Here, you take them. Get them away from me. I almost make it like they're doing a favor for me. You know? It's good to do that because, you know, it's like, whatever. You know, you get them another time. You know? That's all right. Turn up the music and let them go. Eventually do that to the wrong person. That is always the other thing. I don't want to be the instant karma. You know? That's not my job. My job is to just let them keep fucking up and finding out somewhere over there. You know? You don't have to wish for it. It would just happen. Exactly. No, that's a good mentality. If you keep bumping heads with idiots throughout the day, the thing is to correct their idiocy because that never works. They just get angry at you. Let them be an idiot somewhere else where someone else is going to actually correct their idiocy in a harsher way than you ever would. You know, you don't put yourself at risk. You don't put yourself in harm's way. None of that stuff. You don't even get aggravated. You don't even elevate your blood pressure because you're just like, oh, this guy's a motherfucker. Whatever. He goes that way. You know. So we need 8 billion robots to have what? A robot for everyone, by the way. What? Why would we need that? Not everybody needs a robot. Huh. Not everybody's getting a robot. What? Only the rich. Only the rich shall have robots. But that's the other thing I kind of worry about is when it comes to AI, people gatekeeping AI to keep people stupid. Like, it's like, because now here's the thing. You'll be gatekeeping knowledge with AI. So you can literally have an upper tier of people who are just wicked smart because they have access to AI and everybody else is a pleb. That's the thing. So keep that in mind because humans are evil. So find your free AIs as quick as possible. What? I don't know, man. Whatever. All right, what are we doing here? Boop. Movie production distribution. What's up? Don's here. What's up? What?
Bingo?
I guess bingo.
Are you spreading peace and love?
I told people not to be mean. Yeah.
Are you spreading peace, love, and joy?
I wouldn't say joy. What's up?
I can't get near you.
No, you
Hello,
can't.
Dawn.
Hi.
Hello? Yeah, they won't even see your hand because there's no camera. Yeah, so it's pointless.
Okay.
That's it.
Hi.
What are you doing?
Bye. I'm playing demos.
Demos? Yeah, are they fun? So you're vetting stuff so people who watch you here don't have to sit through the shit.
Yeah.
See? You see how they care? You know? What? I see. I wouldn't do that because I'd be like, I just got a bunch of games I want to play, and then each one will be like crap, and then I'll complain about it. But you go through the extra step. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. I'm having cereal for dinner with chocolate milk. That's it. So I'm gonna have to cook. You don't have to cook. Got a card battle. Oh, shit! I was playing Ribbon tonight. It's gonna be Ribbon themed. Riveting. I can't even say it. How would you say riveting with ribbon in it? Riventy, whatever. All right, you got to roll. Max Marvel equal to or greater than 7. You can do 7. 7. 7. Number 7. 19. Oh my god. Roll. Knock that coffee right out of their hand. All right, pick a number. Any number. What you want? Oh, I didn't get any new ones. I didn't get any new numbers since. Damn it. Nice. Boo, 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 boo. Only 3 people won? Holy crap. Hype train level 3. Boom. Got it. Boop. Nice. Cool. Got it. All right, let's see what's going on. Boom. All right. Oh, these clowns. Yeah. All right, A24, don't be terrible. Did A24 do Megan? Did A24 do Megan? Somebody look that up. Bingo? No, I'm curious. I'll have coffee. Boop. No, because that'd be interesting. Because I got a plan for this now. If that's true. Boop. I got a plan, right? Oh well, somebody figures that out. UK should be kind of happy right now because they got rid of somebody that's not great for their thing. I'm not getting into it, but that Starmer guy's out. But I think they replaced him with somebody who's essentially the same thing. So I don't know. I think so. I need to know.
Now is the time for you to rise and bring your squirrel to the bagel shop, where I can get the cream cheese, the creamy, 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 cheesy, cheesy, cheesy cream.
Yep. Thank you. Just another person from the same party. Yeah, that's kind of what I read about. So, doesn't look like they did Megan. Ah. Really? Then who the hell did that? Oh, Blumhouse. Blumhouse. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that was the other one I was thinking of. That's also got a following. Because here's the thing: if A24 did that, I would assume, and if Blumhouse gets into AI, I guarantee you they would do this. They would make the next Megan movie with all AI, and that would be the thing. They would sell it like a virtual reality AI kind of thing, and that's why the film looks like that. I guarantee you. It gives them a pass. They'll be exploring the technology, that kind of thing. It's a way, and people will be duped by it and find it acceptable because that's how easy it is sometimes. Found. Yo, there was a Deftones album that was lost, but it is now found. Are you ready? Thank you, shut up. And Schmitty, thank you. Look at this. For those who don't know about it, look, Eros was supposed to be the 6th studio album from the band, Deftones. It was shelved due to a car accident involving one of the band's earliest recruits, first bassist Chi Chang. Really? I didn't even know that was a thing. Who eventually passed in April 2014 due to health complications. Eros was replaced by Diamond Eyes. As far as the news is going, as of now, it was leaked on a site called, I'm not going to say it. You can read. Deftone fan forum. But it was taken down pretty much instantly. It's floating around on places like SoulSeek at the moment if anyone wanted to listen to it. I don't know, man. Unreleased album by Deftones, bro. Bro. I know. I always like when I find news like that. Like there's this band that had this album that they never released. So there you go. You know, like Morrissey's Bonfire to Teenagers, which was never released. Relatively recent album, had a really Rebels Without Applause was supposed to be the single from that album, but it was shelved due to the I would say maybe political tones that were happening in the UK. Ironically, right? It's weird that somebody would shelve that for those types of reasons. Imagine having a song shelved in 2020 or an album shelved in 2026 because it might be deemed too controversial because it deals with what's happening over there. Weird, right? Gee, I'm sure glad they're making sure people under 16 can't get on the internet. I say that with all sorts of sarcasm. Getting 3D printed goodies. Look at this. Adventure Time. Dude, we got another Adventure Time. It's specifically going to be bubblegum and Marceline. It's been ordered. They're doing another animated thing. It's going to take a while for it to be done. But there you go. That's pretty good. I'm on board for this. Well, you know what? It kind of depends on the side quest things that's coming out in a couple of weeks on HBO. I have to watch that somewhere else. But Maker Coins to celebrate 250th birthday U.S. Hey, there you go. That's right. Hey, 250 for U.S. There we go. Let's see if we can make it to 300. Oh, God. Right. It's a possibility. I think we can. You'll be old AF, but you might be able to make it. You might be able to make it. Come on, man. America, 300. You could do it. You don't care to. Okay. Yeah, I feel like at that age, you'd be like, all right, so another Adventure Time side thing happening. They did a lot. I mean, it's probably only going to be a couple episodes, but you had Adventure Time, the main series. Then you had the Distant Lands, which was like 4 episodes or whatever. Then you got in a side quest. You had the Fiona and Cake, and now you're going to have this. So that's a lot of Adventure Time for a show that's not been on, you know. In 2076, I'd be 85. Hey, there you go. Boop. This thing. Steam Machine performance can't keep up with PS5 Pro despite significant higher price tag. Yeah, well, PlayStation didn't have the RAM issue. So, yeah. This thing is unfortunately still not as good as a PS5, but what are the benchmarks here? Did I have any benchmarks? Oh, hi, benchmark. Where's, did I have a thing? No? What we got? Let's see. Steam Machine is showing disappointing performance in demanding games. Cyberpunk? Who's playing 1440? Come on, dude. I don't ask anything from Steam above 1080. Are you kidding me? 28 frames a second. Oh God. Black Myth Wukong. Oh, 20 frames. Oh God. What's that? Avatar Frontier. Nobody's playing Avatar. Okay, that doesn't even count. Yeah. So that's not great. That's not great. I mean, I'm not playing any of these games, so I don't know how that affects me. Plus, I'm not playing at 1440p. Get back to me at 1080. I want to know what the benchmarks are for that. Think Linus had the specs in their video? Man, I'm not going to watch that, though. Oh, there you go. Steam Machine. Valve SteamOS. Semi-custom AMD Zen 4 was 12... laptop to 4.8 gigahertz, 30 watts, 4K, up to 4K. Oh, well, you shouldn't have put that in the thing. No, motherfuckers. Don't even put 8K in the fucking description of anything because human beings cannot see 8K. It is fucking pointless. 8K? Fuck off, dude. Hey, man, we could support, a 60 hertz 8K. Waste. All right, what is gaming? I don't even know what's on here. Hey, we're getting more Batman. Look, R-rated Batman Nightfall. Animated film trilogy pushes the bat to his breaking point. Bro, we're getting an R-rated Batman. So he can be like, I'm fucking Batman. You know, that kind of thing. We could get some swearing. All right. I know, it seems like that'd be all right. That'd be fun. I feel like Batman needs an R-rated version, especially if you get the Joker in there and whatnot. Because, well, the Killing Joke was pretty brutal. So, yeah, was that considered R-rated? I don't even know. Go.
Steam Machine is going to be $1,000 to 1.3K. A little less than a PC, I guess.
Yeah. But they did release the Steam OS. Thank you, by the way. What? So you can make anything into basically a Steam Machine, as long as you got some kind of specs. So, all right, we're getting Batman. Nightfall trilogy. God, I hope the animation is all right. The voice cast for Batman Nightfall included Anson Mount, Star Trek Strange New Worlds as Bruce Wayne Batman, Michael Mando, Better Call Saul as Bane, and Pablo Schreiber, Halo, as Jean-Paul Okay, I don't care. All right. So, there you go. Anson's cool. I'll take your word for that. All right. These little bug-eyed things. Look at these. Boom. Powerpuff Girls animated movie gears up for Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. Return at Warner Brothers. They're making a movie. It's kind of weird. It's honestly kind of weird that they're making a movie. Yeah, another apparently. There was another one? I didn't even know there was an actual movie. Well, I mean, there was a movie that they made, like, back in the day, but I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay, 2004. Yeah, that was like 22 years ago. 2004 is 22 years ago. It's okay that they do this now. A little late for the fans, I guess. This always happens. Like, hey, we're going to do a sequel to whatever. Yeah. Here's the thing. I will say Adventure Time, yeah, it kind of went out for a little bit. The series ended. And then they brought it back for a little bit. And that kind of went. And then they brought it back for a little bit, and that kind of thing. And it kind of like, we didn't have to wait 22 years, They were going to do the IRL one that got canceled. Yeah, I saw the trailer for the IRL Powerpuff Girls. Holy shit. That's almost as bad as the American version or the American animated version of Sailor Moon. If you can find it, it is disturbingly shit. Don't ask me why. So yeah, I don't know when this is happening. Animated 20 years. Okay, project was announced. Project blah blah blah. When's it coming out? It's 2020, 2005. Next, okay, basically we don't know, but they're working on something. Okay, what's going on here? Oh yeah, hey, young people, guess what? You ain't so young. You want to know why? Boom. Younger adults may be aging faster than previous generations. Ha! Dude, this is funny to me. All right, it's a little weird too, but bro, you are old. The people calling boomers, you're genetically a boomer. Quite literally, you are aging faster than every other generation. Oddly enough, their test scores are worse than every other generation. What is it that stupidity and aging go hand in hand? That's actual statistics, by the way. I'm not just picking on you. All right? I ain't picking on you. I'm saying the education system has failed you, and now you're old. All right? No, there's this whole thing. Look, kids are growing up fast these days, but maybe not in the way you think. A new study, adults suggest that more recent generations are biologically older than earlier generations were at the same age based on a range of blood markers. This is in your blood. I'm not getting blood from a Gen Alpha or none of that. Forget about that. That doesn't mean Gen Z or Alpha will need walking frames and a bottle of B12 before 30, but the findings could help explain why certain cancers are on the rise among younger generations, include cancers of the lung, uterus, and gastrointestinal tract. Probably because y'all been eating ramen every fucking day. That's not a good thing to do. Okay? Stop eating ramen every day. I like it too, but not every day. Okay? Fucking chill. Stop eating shit. I can't confirm I am stupid. No, you're not. But this I find interesting. Like, it is literally in their blood, you know? And it's weird. I'm like, here's what I'm going to say. Aside from the education system failing them completely, and the jobs, and the home market, and families, and all that other stuff. Okay, you know what is causing the aging, honestly? I don't need to be a scientist. It's fucking stress. It is absolutely fucking stress. Because motherfuckers raised on the internet from like age 3, these people were just hammered with negativity about everything in the world all the time. All the fucking time. So the stress that they've absorbed for the first 20 something years of their life is literally taking a toll on them. So, as much as I don't think people under 16 should be banned from the internet, I do feel like it's the parents' duties to de-stress these kids. Get them off a little bit. And if you're younger, here's the thing. I know this is like one of those pieces of information that you don't understand until you get of that age, okay? Everything you see on the internet right now that you think you should be concerned about, don't be concerned about it. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Because here's the thing. We grew up where we're worried about, Russia bombing the United States and issues with other wars and economic collapse and blah, 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 blah. We've been through so many administrations of doom and gloom, 2012, 9/11, Y2K, all that bullshit. All the shit that you stress about now, it was stupid. It was absolutely fucking stupid. And I know it's easier said than done because there is a lot of problems with the world and you can fix it how you feel fit. But do not let it fuck your health because there's nothing in the world that you need to be distressed about. Are you assuming you have food and clothing and, aren't living on the street? You don't need to be distressed because it's literally killing you. You know how they say like old people die because they're like stressed? They have like a stroke or a heart attack because they're so stressed and stuff like that. And we're trying to apply this to our lives because, we get stressed out about stuff, posture check. There you go. And hydrate. Hey, nobody redeemed us, right? Nice. But, we're trying to de-stress and not worry too much. Like the example we had about the people on the road and, being obnoxious and stuff. There are times where I'm just like, I am going to die because this person is too slow in front of me. All right. We're one of those on the spectrum people where the little things bother us. But, if something exploded in front of us, be like, oh, that's not going to be good. Let's go this way. And I'd be super chill about it. So it's the little things that tend to bother me sometimes. But I'm getting over it. So, younger people, stop stressing about shit. Do what you got to do. Take one day at a time and, stop worrying about the future because it'll be here before you know it. and you're still going to be miserable if you're this stressed. You don't want to be going through fucking chemo at 30 because the internet stressed you out. That's fucking bullshit. Don't let the internet or anybody on it have that kind of power over you and fuck up your life. You know, that it's unnecessary. If they don't like, I get you want to defend yourself and you're all pissed off because somebody's saying some weird shit about you, job's all fucked up. Don't let it go. Let it go. You know, I know it's easier said than done, but there are certain things that you shouldn't be so about, you know? So I don't want to be an old man. It'll be here before you know it. You know, it's just how you approach it, you know. Hey, you're getting older. You've had some issues, you know, and you got to kind of roll with it. It's scary. It's, you know, the older you are, the worse it gets. It's true. At least physically. Mentally, if you can get to that point where you're like a little bit zen about, well, this is the natural process of life, you know, kind of thing. And I feel like, you know, over the course of years, we've at least given out a lot of information for people to absorb, assuming they're watching, and maybe process certain things a little differently and be like, you know, yeah, maybe that guy on the road shouldn't be pissing me off this much. There was one guy I saw who had so much road rage. It was like he went to pull out of a spot and somebody just went right in front of him. This guy stopped his car and was beating the shit out of his steering wheel. He was like banging the side of the window with his elbow. He was so pissed off. And he probably hurt himself. He probably fucked up the wheel alignment or steering alignment and all this stuff. And the guy worried me so much, I stopped and I moved elsewhere out of sight because I have never been that alarmed at somebody. And that guy was fucking pissed. And the guy just went right past. He didn't get into an accident. Nothing bad happened to him, but he got so infuriated. He could have just let it go and be like, what a dick. Put on some music and just chill, you know? I always say, you know what, if they go around you, if they get, and this is just one example, if they go around you because you might be going too slow or they cut in front of you or something like that, be glad they're not fucking behind you riding your ass all day, you know, that kind of thing. There's glasses half not empty or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. More likely symptom of some other life problem. Oh yeah, definitely. You know, there could have just been a bunch of shit dogpiling on top of them, you know, the entirety of the day, but I did not want to be the person that they take it out on. So, you know, that kind of thing. Find a way to distress. And I'm going to tell you, I know you don't want to hear it, but getting off the internet helps a lot. You know, it really does, dude. We're not on the internet all the time. We have it on in the background, but, you know, we'll watch Twitch. We'll have a movie on in the background, something like that. Working on little cartoon stuff. We don't engage. We don't. And you're going to find the less you engage with people, I'm not saying become a complete recluse, okay? Don't do that. But, you know, if you can get to the point where you're like, you know what? Difference of opinion. We'll agree to not agree, you know, that kind of thing, or agree to disagree. Stop scrolling, doom scrolling. I know current events are important and stuff like that. And you want to be aware of what's going on, but certain things are out of your control. Be as well informed as possible. And if you feel something needs to be changed, do it through voting, assuming that system still works. You know, that kind of thing. And it's just, why live a miserable life, essentially? Okay, if you're clinically depressed or wired to be dark and miserable, then you have no choice. That's just a misfiring synapse thing. But have fun with it at least. But for everybody else, you know, there is a way to choose whether you want to be so miserable. You know, it's like, is this really important? Is this really something to ruin the rest of my day? Should I give a shit about this? You know? I don't know. I got really aggravated. I went to McDonald's, right? I got an iced coffee, right? I love their iced coffee. But I got the bottom of the barrel of the iced coffee. That shit was all coffee grounds at the bottom. Yeah, that's one of those little things that should set me off. And I'm just like, So I had to wait for all the coffee grounds to settle, and then I had to lift a straw up and not suck from the bottom, right? Because then I don't get coffee grounds. So, I mean, I tried to adapt. I know it's a little thing, but that's like one of those things. I could have been pissed off at the rest of the day, like, fucking shit, messed up a fucking coffee, fucking crap. Yeah. Anyway, that's salty snacks. Let nature take its course. No. Anger, fear, what? Stress. What? 3 pillars of early aging. Yeah. Anger, fear, stress. It's weird because I am angry and stressed. I generally don't have a lot of fear, though. That quantifies as stress because I just lump it into anxiety. You know, I don't necessarily fear things. Well, maybe stupidity, but I have to encounter it. Then that's worrisome. Stress and anxiety ages people. What being president is the epitome of that. Yeah, that is. Whether it's the current one or different presidents, if you look at the 4 or 8 years, depending on how long they've been in office, when they first started to how their term ends, they've aged exponentially. Like it's crazy, and you're just like, holy crap! And it's a very stressful position, to be in. I'm surprised certain ones haven't just dropped dead during their administration because it's so stressful. I wouldn't want to deal with that kind of stress. I might be good at it though. I would be draconian as fuck. People would fucking hate me, dude. Like, you have no idea. People would be like, we got to get this guy out. I'm like, hey, man, hey, this is what you wanted. You just lucky. No one broke and stole stuff. What? Michael left the back door open? Oh, yeah. Oh, also, yeah. Don't leave your doors open, ever. It is weird. Yo, no, that's a weird thing. I don't know, like, if you're in a good neighborhood, bad neighborhood, there are always this, like, I hear about these places somehow that leave their doors unlocked. And then they're shocked when they get robbed. And I'm like, one, I didn't even know there were still places in this country where people left their doors unlocked. I just assumed they were locked, bolted, and had security cameras on fucking everything. Am I just so jaded from living in New York? Because, I can't even get into McDonald's without knocking on the door, and they're just like, all right, I'll let you in. It's like crazy. Lock your damn doors. I don't care where you live. Lock your damn doors. Exactly. Farmhouses often don't lock doors. All right. Well, yeah, that's because you can see them coming from a mile because you actually have farmland. And chances are you got a gun that you could just be like, hey, you get any closer near my car, and I'm just going to blow your head off. I can do it from here. I've been practicing on the squirrels. Wait, what? Car doors also. Yeah, that's the thing. If you leave your car running to warm it up in the morning, especially if you have winters, don't do that. Get in a cold car. It'll be fine because you don't need somebody just walking up and stealing your car because you left it running. We never did lock our doors before. But what about random bears? Yeah, dude, you had a bear somewhere. There was like one walking down the street and you're like, uh-oh. I know. You never had bears in New York. Well, you did, but some of them were kind of chill. It's a completely different term. Humans, whatever. Just stay in your own world. It's weird. You're like surprisingly vanilla. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah, young people, stop freaking out. What else we got here? Supper Man. Yeah, this is what we talked about. This, like 83%, 90%. I would have given it about like a 62. That would have been my review of Supper Man. Yeah. And Supergirl, we got a tab open, but I'm not going to spoil any of that. So look at this. Finally, Funko makes something I care about. Look, we're getting the animated Lydia Beetlejuice. When's this coming out? August. It's weird. Okay, here's the thing that bothers me about this. Still ugly, yes. The Tim Burton cartoon, right? Beetlejuice cartoon. It had such a distinct style that to minimalize it in this kind of form kind of doesn't feel right. It's like the bodies are right and stuff, but they also have the animated Beetlejuice, which also there's something missing from there. And I get it. I do like simplistic styles. I've tried out simplistic styles or, ourselves and stuff like that. but I feel like Tim Burton stuff probably shouldn't be doing this. But, you know, a lot of Tim Burton stuff has been made into Funko, so it's not terribly a big deal. It's just a different style, so you either like it or you don't. But at least, hey, at least the animated thing. Hey, maybe they can restore all the cartoons and put them on Blu-ray or something. You know, physical release again. Come on, not gonna happen. All right, what else we got here? Speaking of old stuff, anyone ever a mall got, dude? Oh god, every time I see an old Hot Topic store, especially with that logo, I'm like, motherfucker, can we bring this back?
Hope everyone is having an amazing Wednesday. Did you know there's actually a website? I cannot give it here that you can design your own personalized Funko as a gift.
How much does it cost? Because then you can make a bunch of Pumpkin Guy Funkos. Make one of me. Yeah, I can't imagine it being difficult. Like, it's just like, yeah, we have a factory of heads and faces. Here, choose hair. Put it on there. I'll be like, no. We're going to make this difficult. But, Pumpko Guy. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we need to get back to this era of Hot Topic. Hot Topic, you're listening? Come on. Look at these doors, bro. Even the mall doors to the store were cool. They probably had some cool shit on there. What year was this? I wonder if there's a Foamy shirt on the wall somewhere. No? Can't tell. Oh, that would be so cool if there was. Yeah, all right. Well, there you go. What we need better stores like this.
Unfortunately, it's just real people. You can customize the hair and the outfit, skin tone and that sort of stuff, but that's about it, and I think it's like $30 a piece or something, maybe $50, not sure.
Let's freaking get going. Let's look into it. Here you go. Spock, you gotta roll. Equal to or greater than 11. 4. You slipped on a tofu. Twisted your ankle. We got to make this a background one day. Pretend we get a time machine. We go back in time to when Hot Topic was fun. It's weird because... Thank you. Even the lettering was more edgy than what it is now. Now it's like corporate spray paint, you know, from what I've seen. And I'm just like, it's like, you know, it's got this standardized lettering. I'm just like, this was cool. But I'm nostalgically sad about the fact that this doesn't exist anymore and all the cool stuff that was actually in these shops. It is what it is. Okay, very important. Vampire movies. Really terrible ones, apparently. Has anybody seen Transylvania Twist with Robert Vaughn? And I don't know who the hell Terry Copley is. This was in one of the, I forget which one this was. Go.
Sadly, this card looks like a character, except the character has red hair from one of my favorite manga, The Ideal Sponge Your Life. It's on volume like 21 or 22 at this point.
That's a lot of volume.
Or a store by me in the mall by me though.
There's a store? What? A Hot Topic? Robert Vaughn was allowed to put on a cape and didn't die from tripping on it? I guess. Was he short? I don't know. I only know him from, he was in a really older thing, but I don't remember what it was. And then he was on like 2 different Columbo episodes. But I don't know him from a lot of stuff, honestly. But I've never seen this horror movie before in my entire life. Well, it's a comedy horror movie. Look, you'll laugh all the way to the blood bank. I don't think I will, but I didn't know if anybody saw... When did this come out? 89? Holy shit. No longer is Hot Topic. What? The quote-unquote devil store. That's when it was fun. You know a store is cool when people are protesting it. All right, so I've never seen this. This one I did see. Love at First Bite. It had, what, Hamilton in it? I forget his name, but I remember this being kind of funny, but not terribly funny. I don't know what year this was. Yeah.
Hot Topic is still open by me at the mall next to the Spencer. In the mall.
In the mall. In the mall. I haven't been to a mall in forever. I don't even think I care. What would I do at a mall? I mean, I'd probably just go there and get coffee and walk around like a mall walker. Go to GameStop, laugh at them, and then leave. All right, I got 2 vampire movies to watch. Rockula, same thing. I saw Rockula. That was the one that had oh my god, what the hell's her name? She did the Mickey song. Tony Basil? Basil? Is that it? I think she was in that. I think, yeah, I remember seeing that. That was Tony Basil. Basil! Go!
Dude, now hot topics just for the pretentious hipsters whose parents have deep pockets. Also, they're slowly closing down a lot of the malls in my area. In fact, there are plans to put a Costco in one of them.
Oh, another Costco. Remember when we had freaking stores and not just warehouses filled with shit we don't need? God. No, it bothers me. Here's the thing. We'll get back to that in a second. No, because like every time there was like whether it's a mall or a set of stores or even a little strip mall, it all ends up getting torn down, and then we're just stuck with either a Walmart, a Costco, or some other big outlet warehouse. And it's like I'm literally just walking through a warehouse buying bulk shit I don't need. I don't need a 5-pack of LCD monitors, you know? It's like let me get coffee. Runs out of coffee.
Mall has an arcade and a record store and a room full for a claw machine for games.
Hey, that's pretty good. At least that's something. I know last mall I went to they had Hot Topic, a Spencer, they had a Pizzeria Uno's, the Chicago pizza place, which I think is a closed down chain right now. A lot of high-end fashion stores that I never went into. Microsoft Store, Apple Store, GameStop, and a CVS for some reason. It was like weird. I had a built-in movie theater, I think. I still see Uno's in grocery stores. Yeah, it's like in name only. Like they turned it into a brand. We tried one of their pizzas, the frozen ones. Not like what you're getting in the restaurants, which apparently don't exist. Bingo call 9. Bingo call 9. Who's Bingo call 9? Let's see. Oh, runs out of coffee. There we go. Let's see. Did that help me? God, no. Dude, this is a slow bingo. Let me see what else I can call her. All right. No technical issues, no drop frames. So I think they fixed the internet. I haven't glitched. I haven't had bad coffee. Nothing Sailor Moon happened. No blood rain, no costume change, no Tangia party, no 1 or 20, no spicy card battle, no shiny card battle. We had a fancy card battle. Besides emo, mispronounce somebody's name. I'll call mispronounce somebody's name. No, that song wasn't technically new because Pum'Kin Guy played it first. Dumbass. It's my face now. Thrift store find. Eats on stream. Our viewers. Okay. I think I called all that I can call, and it still doesn't help me. That's bad. That's bad. Working on getting coffee. Just woke up. You just woke up. Nice. There you go. All right, you're like on Vampire Cycle now. It's pretty good. All right, what else we got here? This thing. What? I don't want to fly into the mic. It hurts. This thing. Look, for people who grew up in the 90s, this is kind of interesting. 100 days of... I can't read.
They have some store to keep it open northwest. A lot of stores still there. Kids still hang out, so help with keeping it open though empty in summer.
Ah, there you go. You figured all the kids would be at the mall during the summer. Yeah. That's the whole point of mall rats. With God. Even the mall rats are lazy. This thing. Bro, somebody put together a 90s experience of 90s content on the web. And it's literally got like all these weird little channels. Dude, it's got a chat. No, don't play anything. No. I can't even do anything with that. It's got like a bunch of weird crap, dude. They got like look, In Living Color. They got a whole channel for In Living Color. They got news. You don't need news from the 90s. Look, 90s home movies. They got all sorts of weird crap. This was ridiculous. I was like, wait, this is actually a thing? Essentially, it's like a thing that just scours YouTube and makes like this weird retro 90s thing. It's called I Love the 90s .app. It's weird. They have supermarket sweep. Yes, they do. Why is it go up? Yeah, I'm trying to scroll for more. Oh, that's right. That's what happened. Give me 1 second. Oh, I hate when this happens. No, I got to do a thing. There's a problem with the browser where if there's like an embedded thingy thing, it freaks out. Give me 1 second. I know it's stupid, but there you go. Can we pause this? Thanks. All right, there we go. Don't even ask me why it happens. It just does. Also, I got to do another thing. Oh. Okay. Oh my God! Stop. All right. Boop. Okay. So what? You got 24/7 streams of random stuff, 90s music video, MTV, VH1 pop up, oddities, rarities. No, the supermarket sweep thing we actually saw. Kids morning and daytime, late lost Nickelodeon shows, Snick, late night, In Living Color, supermarket sweep, news, sports, movie trailers, preview channel, weather channel. Who needs weather from the 90s? It might be comforting now. Like if you like that nostalgic kind of thing. 90s home movies and 102 days, 8 hours of content. So if you got nothing to do for, 1/3 of the year, pretty good. You're like OG Hot Topic. Ooh, nice. There you go. Cool. I feel like there are probably like a lot of videos from the 90s I just never watched. But apparently they also have videos for games and radio and all that other stuff. So, hey, it's kind of interesting. I thought it was interesting. There you go. So if you wanted to travel and have a time machine of old weird shit, there you go. I love the 90s .app. I know, it's interesting. Code Orange. Spirit Halloween Shop opening soon. We're getting there. We're getting there. What? And any week now. Any week now. Boop. All right. This thing. Picked up an old landline phone. How do I find the right power cord? I don't know. But look at this phone. This shit had motherfucking neon in it. Look at that. It was a see-through phone that had neon in it. They don't make fucking phones like this. Look at that. That is amazing. For now, we still have Simmerween. Not the same. I need fall leaves on the ground. This is crazy. I don't know why they don't make cool shit like this. So this person needed, oh God, look at that. Oh, this thing goes on forever. Wow, you could really travel to the other room with this phone. Look at it. Oh God. Again, we saw this art installation which we shared with other people, but it was funny. It said something to the effect of like, when the phone was tethered, humanity was free. Like, think about that. You could only go as far as this cord with your phone. And that was it. And if you left home, no phone. There was a time when you could roam free. Nobody knew where you were. Nobody could contact you. This was it. You didn't have your phone on you? No, Ma. It's nailed to the wall. That's pretty good. Still remember those chords. Look like a tape measure. Yeah. That's kind of weird, right? These things were indestructible. Like and so were the phones. Like your grandfather had a phone since I think AT&T was called 9X or whatever the hell it was. That shit was old. And that was a rotary one. Eventually, he had to get a new one because they had the touch-tone menus and they wouldn't do... He's like, why? This phone works perfectly good. I've had it for like 40 years. And it's like, yeah, but you have to do touch-tone. He's like, what? Touch-tone. And then, he eventually got a phone and he's like, I don't like it. Well, it keeps beeping every time I press. That's how it knows you press the button. It beeps. He's like, I miss my rotary. I'm like, you know what? Okay, dial the number first, and then you could do it while you're on hold here with your old phone. And he's like, shut up. Oh, God. I remember tripping out the cord all the time. Yeah, the thing is, your parents had one of these phones, and the cats would always play with the cords all the time. Some of them would get wrapped up in them like they're freaking... Yeah, and then we eventually had to put it up there, but they would like try to jump up and get them. It was ridiculous. Lock Dog 1. Nice. That's a cool phone, though. I like that. Does it turn off? Like, because I can't imagine just having by a bedside and it's illuminated. Think of all the bugs it would attract, too, during the summer. Like, this thing would be just, like, chock full of moths and stuff. It's gross. All right, Steam Machine. Look at this. Okay, this thing, yeah, these prices are stupid. Look at, 512 gigs, 512 gigs, $1,000. $1,000. All right? If you got a back catalog like a Steam library like we do, 512 ain't going to help you. All right? 512 with a controller, extra $100-ish. All right? Yeah, 2 terabyte, $1,350. A lot of money. All right? 2 terabyte with controller, $1,428. These prices. Oh, there's your specs right there. Look at that. Hey! J.i.M. Hold on, let me call it. I forgot we had that one. Bloom. Thank you. What's up? Hold on. I got to call Supersize Emote. What's up? Are you eating? No, I don't want... What is that, a plum? No, plums are weird. They're like, oh, you're being healthy. This one being healthy here. Yeah. So that's it? You just came in to say you got a plum?
Yeah. Trying to be a good influence.
You want to be a good influence? So you should be, that should be your thing. You should be the good influencer. See? Good influencer. See? You could talk about how you're eating healthy and stuff like that. There you go. Talking to Don for those who can't hear. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. Enjoy the plum.
I'll go now.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Meanwhile, I had a pint of ice cream. Well, I don't... Our fridge is cold enough for ice cream now? All right, we can make our own. Cool.
Did you tell them our plan?
Our-
That if you get a steam machine, that I get...
No, I didn't. No, because it's long-winded and I'm probably not getting one.
Oh.
What? I don't need it. I don't need it. Can it run AI? All right. Hey, are you a Sonic fan? Boo. All right, look at this. 35th anniversary of Sonic. All right. There is a book bundle, which I did not know they even had 27 quote-unquote books for Sonic. Bro, what are these, comic books? Look at all these comics, if you like Sonic. That's a lot of Sonic comic. Dude, that's a lot. Oh, how much is this? What is it, 27? Well, how much I got to spend? Play at least $18 for 27 comics. Oh, dude. These are like... God, when was the last time? Price of, that's probably like 1982 prices for comic books. That's crazy. There you go. So, know that exists, but of course it is on Humble Bundle. Okay, again, if this is going to... You know, let me just move. God. No, I hate this because it's just like I'm in the way. All right, there we go. Okay, here's the thing. For people who don't know, again, if you are new here, every time I talk about a Humble Bundle, you got to know this. Okay, this bundle's what? What's it supporting here? Where is it? Oh, Children's Miracle Network Hospital. Okay, this is going to kids. Okay, but before you go to checkout, underneath the checkout thing, if you're going to get this, adjust donation. Boom. All right? I say this each time, so if you've heard it, I'm sorry, but people need to know this. Their default donation is most of the money goes to the publisher. $1.25 goes to the Children's Miracle Network. Then there's extra charity, a whole $3.75 to the Children's Miracle Network. Publisher's making a lot of money here, so is Humble Bundle. Then all the way down here, boom. All right? We're trying to help out kids here. IDW, you knew what you were getting into, okay? $17.50. Okay? $17.50. Adjust the donation to whatever you feel is right. But Children's Hospital or Miracle Network getting $3.75 or $1.25 is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm glad these things exist, but my God, put this forefront. Look at it. You know? I'm just saying. It's just, if you're going to support kids, then, you know, kind of support kids, because this is atrocious. Yeah, Hambodio's had these, default cuts. I don't like the default cuts. They suck. Yeah, especially if it's charity. It's like, oh, we're supporting, you know, fill in the blank rights. And it's just like, oh, yeah, with $1? Yeah, with $1. How many rights are you getting for $1? Yeah. Sonic also, look, gets his first pinball machine, and it's designed by a pinball legend. It's the fastest game I've ever made, says veteran designer Steve Ritchie. That name does sound familiar, and I don't know crap about pinball, so they must be important. IGN bought Humble Bundle? Yeah, they did. Even after 35 years of Sonic the Hedgehog games, movies, TV shows, Sega's Blue Blur is still capable of doing new things, like being in a pinball machine, which I'm surprised there wasn't one to begin with. Sega and Jersey Jack Pinball out from Jersey, huh? All right. Tapped veteran designer Steve Ritchie, known to pinball enthusiasts as the King of Flow, for the new King of Flow. You must be good if you get a nickname like that. Dude, you imagine? Like, you're so good at designing a pinball machine, they just call you the King of Flow. Yeah, King of Flow. That's pretty good. I like that. I don't know how much this is going to cost, though. 16 style graphics. You got that kind of thing. Look at that. Oh, they got a little Sonic on there. Look at that. That's cool. Oh, we got pictures. All right, look at that. That's kind of cool. What do we got? Let's see. Seaside Skill Sanctuary thing. Got a speed highway. I would like to see somebody playing this because I don't know how fast it goes. That looks cool, though. That does look cool. This must be stupid fast, then. I'm curious. Is it, like, so difficult that people are going to be like, oh, my God, I can't even play this because it's so fast? That's nice. That's nice. I like that. Used to love playing pinball back in the day. It was a lot of fun. Now, October 2017, acquired by IGN. Dope. So, that's why. Here we go. Rumor. Halloween TV series dead as focus shifts back to movies. Thank you. I'm excited about this. I'm excited about it not being a TV series. Halloween does not need to be a TV series because there's not enough content for it to be a fucking TV series. It's Masked Guy running around for about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes, killing people. That's it. You can't make that a series. You can't. Doesn't work. Okay? He doesn't say anything. He's just murderous. Yeah? You can buy the pinball table? I'm assuming. I don't know why they would make it and not have it for sale. Well, I don't know. Gotta look it up. Anyone who's been following... Okay, whatever. So, let's see. But what I did was break the first screen. Oh, look. They looked at the first screenplay, which wasn't very good in the first place. I read it. I didn't like it. I didn't hate it either, but I put a lot of trust in filmmakers to elevate the material. Don't do that. Never do that. Never put trust in a filmmaker to elevate the material. If the material needs to be elevated by somebody else, the material isn't good enough. Fucking put that in your notebook. Holy shit. You never let, we're going to make the material, we're going to elevate the material. No, you start with something that is absolutely awesome and you make it better, if possible. Don't be like, yeah, it's a mediocre script, but we can do good with it. No. Halloween deserves a good story, though. He just tries to kill his family members. That's it. That's Michael Myers' thing. I gotta go after Laurie Strode. Like, and everybody get out of my house. You know, that kind of thing. That's Michael Myers. Get off my lawn and kill everybody. That's it. That's why nobody buys the Myers house. You know? You just leave him alone and just, you know, he could just DoorDash himself some food and leave everybody alone. Yo, speaking of 4K, bringing that back up. 30th anniversary Mars Attacks is getting a 4K Ultra HD release. I wonder what they're going to do with the colors. You know, Jack Black was in this film? Yeah, completely forgot. He had a small part, you know. This is, get out of here. So Mars Attacks official, I don't care about the trailer. Everybody knows. So, bro, it was fun. This was like a fun, derpy movie. Mars Attacks 4K Ultra Disc August 11th. August 11th. All right, that's quick. Standard edition, blah, blah, blah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, the lady with the big hair. Martin Short's in it, too. How long is a good story? In 3D? Is it in 3D? Limited Steelbook? No, I don't think it's going to be in 3D. Yeah. Look at them. Everybody in here. I didn't realize it was coming out so quick. I know we talked about it, but still. Yeah. This is actually a really decent cast for this type of movie, if you think about it. Like, dude, Jack Nicholson, Glenn Close, even like some of the periphery actors. Like, it's just kind of like, it's weird that they had that many people in there. All right, well, no, that's happening, and yay. August 11th? Oh. We'll see if we recoup. What is this? Oh, there's nothing going on there. More horror news. Hey, Bobby Zombie. Rob Zombie's got another music video. Bobby, look at him. Look, he's like so happy. Look. Oh, he's got a Spock shirt too. See, he's got that geek cred now. Oh, God. That movie was so zany and goofy, it just worked. I know, it's bizarre that something that weird would just work. Still around. Bobby Zombie. I don't know. I actually didn't get a chance to hear this album. The Great Satan. If he's so great, why isn't he in heaven? Huh? Yeah. Oh, man. Maybe I'll ask Gora about that. Shut up. All right, so now that's happening. If you want to watch it. Oh, this guy. Yo. Gendy. He's making a Conan the Barbarian animated series. Yeah, the Tartakovsky guy. I can't pronounce the name. Tartakovsky? I'm gonna call him Tartar. G-Tart. They're making. I don't think it looks like this. That was from Mortal Kombat game. Yeah. They did Primal, so I could see that working. Tartakovsky. Even phonetically, I can't pronounce that. Why so difficult? God. All right, but there you go. So, Conan the Barbarian, cool. That might work. Animated thing. Could work because he's done that kind of stuff. He's got a very distinct thing. Could work. I'm mildly interested in this. Mildly. Here, Conan the Barbarian. Really? Dude, this totally looks like 90s Conan. Look at that. Cartoon Network Studios. Pretty good. Why does Conan remind me of Thunder the Barbarian? Yeah, I could see that. After a while, there's going to be spillover. It's like you can only have so many barbarians that don't look the same. Well, long hair, a lot of muscles, loincloth. That's like the three things that need to be there. Batman. All right, what's up on Batman? Batman now has 6 upcoming movies and shows with 2 spinoffs. Are we kidding? Oh, God. All right, Batman Nightfall Trilogy, we already talked about. It's going to be like an R-rated thing. It's going to cover the comic from 93 to 94. Batman Cape Crusader Season 2. All right. The Batman Part 2. That's this guy. Pattinson. The Brave and the Bold. James Gunn. DCU continuity introduced a version of Batman alongside Damian Wayne. Bruce's son and the franchise canonical Robin, and Brave and the Bold, no release date. Honorable mentions, Dynamic Duo. The animated spin-off steps away from the Bruce Wayne to tell the story of Dick Grayson and Jason Todd. No, I have no interest. Clayface, there you go. Clayface might be good if they make it good. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's a lot of stuff, dude. I don't know if I need Brave and the Bold, you know? Shows movie are as bad as the comic. No, just too much stuff. That is a thing, because that's one of the points I was going to make here. There's too much of it. Like, I don't think anybody in the upper echelons of Hollywood realize that there's just too much, right? And this happened even with comic books. Even with comic books. Forget about movies and TV shows and all that other stuff. Back in the day, Batman didn't have like 30 series. You know, they didn't have to do all these offshoots and stuff like that. They didn't have to do that. I forget, there was a couple. I mean, it was like Batman, there was like some other Dark Knight, there was a couple other things, but not on the scale that they have now, right? And when it came to movies, you had Batman Returns, you know, that kind of thing. There wasn't a lot of series. You had the animated series, but there wasn't like a live action series too. You didn't have a spin-off of the Penguin. The Joker didn't have their own thing. And it wasn't until recently where they're like, you know what? Let's take every hero and every villain and make them have their own movie. You know? Like Kraven the Hunter. That didn't need to happen. That didn't even need to be a movie. You know? Blue Beetle? Are you fucking kidding me? No, that didn't need to happen either. And Marvel is the most egregious with their little spin-off movies and series, which even they realized, we gotta scale this back. Now they're like, we're gonna make more meaningful actual Marvel movies. Oh, you think so? Oh, wow, good job. Yeah, but they're still milking Star Wars for all it's worth. It's too much. Everybody in Hollywood and media and content have forgotten that less is more. And that's one of those weird things that, surprisingly, anime does well.
Let's freaking go.
EJC, roll it. Boom. 12. 9. Not 12. Oh, I appreciate though. I feel like I need another ice pack. Dawn! Are you sitting? All right, never mind. Is it easy? Okay, I need an ice pack. One of those blue ones.
You hurt yourself?
No, I didn't hurt myself. I just keep things cool. Here. Take this. I need it.
Here.
Yeah, like your room gets when you have computers on. But she's like, it's warm in here. Yeah, she literally says the same thing after she streams. It's so hot in here. That would probably help if I actually had the fan on. Dumbass. Oh, God. How you doing? What's up? Batman's got like 6 movies coming. Yeah. Thank you. What?
Warm.
I know it's warm in here. The price I pay for being a VTuber. Okay. No, I literally use an ice pack for the hand tracking thing because that little device gets so fucking hot. What? Well, stop that. Oh, God. This thing, less is more. All right. The concept of less is more is lost on Hollywood. But, like I was saying, the anime does it well, where they have like a handful of episodes for a series, an anime series. If it does well, they bring it back like 2 or 3 years later. Maybe you get a movie. And then they just let it sit. Sometimes they'll come back to it 10 years later. Nobody knows. And they'll have their little figures and figurines and stuff like that. But as far as content goes, It's the leave them wanting more kind of thing, rather than shoving everything down their throat constantly 24/7 where they cannot consume anymore. You know? That's the thing. It's always less is more, where you're just like, damn, this was good. Ah, man, I hope they make more. And, you know, they may or may not. So you just sit there and you kind of wait and you're like, you know, that's the thing. Anime does that well. Recently, they've gotten a little bit, depending on the series, sometimes they're like, well, we'll do this and this and this and this. You know, if you're lucky, you get a game, but it's kind of weird. Like, they'll overdo it with like Dragon Ball Z. They'll come out with a game like every other month, that kind of thing. But certain things they'll just put out every once in a while, and if they don't do anything else, you got like toys and some merch and stuff. But I don't know, man. I feel like we got too much Batman going on right now. Boom. Less is more. What's going on here? IGN. The Humble Bundle people. Huh? Okay, what else we got? Adventure Time finally gets... Okay, here's the weird thing about this. Adventure Time finally gets the reboot it deserves. It's lighter, it's funnier, it's goofier. Okay, here's my problem with that. I liked Adventure Time because it wasn't lighter, it wasn't funnier, and it was just goofy enough. The dark undertones of that show is what gave it its gravity. Don't fuck with that. Like, that's the whole thing. And this is the side quest thing. Look, it's a delightful return to the show's early seasons before everything got so dark. Fuck yourself. I don't like when it got dark. That's when it got fucking interesting. That's when it got interesting. You know? So, we'll see. But the whole point of this thing was, it was done well. You had that overarching thing, and things started to get dark. As it does when characters and people in life get older. And that was the thing. The show evolved and it changed, and it took chances that most shows didn't, and people appreciated that, you know? It also had depth and darkness early on. Yeah, hey, we might be dealing with a tourist here. Their name is Jake. You better be watching Adventure Time. You don't write an article about Adventure Time with the name Jake. You know? Also, yeah, I know, we'll see. Yeah, bits and pieces. It wasn't like 100% dark. You know, earlier seasons. It was kind of chill and whatnot, but dude, even just dumping Marceline in there, she had a presence that was dark. It wasn't like a happy introduction to a new character, like, oh wow, look, they're all happy and stuff. No. Even what? Princess Bubblegum was a serious authority figure in that. You know, and it's those well-defined characters that made everything work, you know? And if they get too goofy with this, then you're like, yeah, right, whatever. So we'll see. But I guess he's making bacon pancakes. BMO, it's weird. We talked about the style too. It's working with a lot of colored shapes, which I do like colored shapes, but Adventure Time had a distinct style that I don't know if it's going to work well with the undefined lines, which they still have to do here just to make sure that the arms look like they're defined from the rest of the box body. And at that point, just put the lines. I'm just saying, from a design perspective, I could appreciate a new take on it, but I don't know if those solid shape colors, which I do like, is going to work for the series. So, Adventure Time, babies. Yeah, it's just like, here's some primary colors. Go play. We'll see what happens. But like this over here, like it's so weird. All this should have an outline. You know, you can clearly put outlines and things. So why not do it? This guy's going to get lost in the background. So is this. You know, that thing is basically non-existent. You know, the thing is, if you're going to have a very simplistic background like this, which, hey, we do that for the cartoon now. Oh, I like simplistic backgrounds. You do have to put a line around here to make it stand out a bit more. And granted, I'm not working for Cartoon Network, but if I was an art director there, I would say, yeah, just put an outline here, because this is unnecessary. Because then what it does, look, the hand over here almost kind of disappears into the ice because it's the same tone. So it would behoove them to put a outline around it, you know? And if that wasn't dark, his hands would just disappear in it. If his shirt is too blue, especially in the Ice Kingdom, he's just going to get lost in the background. So we'll see. I know, fingers crossed that it works, but always skeptical. Stupid food. We got I'm probably not going to go through it, though, but I'll call it. There you go. Calling stupid food. Boom, boom. Got that. Hey, I got a bingo. Nice. That's nice. That's a nice. All right. There was something else, right? I feel like it's something else I could call. I didn't eat anything. Our viewers. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. So it is what it is. Maybe I'll get to this, but I don't know. I get kind of bored with it. I don't know. I try. Hey, there we go. Me IRL. Look at this. My autistic ass waiting for a 2 p.m. appointment since 8 a.m. Gengar. What's up? You're out there. You do this. We did this when we were expecting our fridge. Like, dude, if you give me an appointment, like, at 3 o'clock or something like that, I am just sitting like this. I will not do anything else because I'm just waiting to do that. You know? And you're just like, yeah, all right. 3 o'clock. I mean, yeah, it's waiting. I hate it. If you're wired this way, you know it's kind of annoying too, because then you're like, oh man, I'm just sitting here. I multitask when not waiting. Yeah, I definitely multitask a lot, but waiting is the hardest part, according to Tom Petty. Let's see. Me IRL. All right. What if your debit credit card had a yearly wrap-up like Spotify? You bought 243 Crunchwraps Supremes in 2019. You frequented Taco Bell at 2 a.m. You spent $753 on coffee this year. I kind of wish credit cards did do this, because then you would realize where you can cut your expenses. You know? Like if it's like you're subscribed to 12 streaming services. And you're like, wait, what, 12? Is this where all my money's going? We should do that. We should get a year-round roundup, because then, you know, it's like it would be a good time to reflect, especially for the new year, about where the money's going. You know? That'd be kind of cool. If I knew I spent $753 on coffee this year, yeah. Actually, right now, I think, and I'm going to do the math here because I'm pretty good with coffee math. That's a 12, 3 months. Hold on. So 24, be 100. Hold on, we got 100. I'm going to round it up to 150. Go. Still doing math.
My manager makes comments about how weird it is for me to get to work super early, just hanging out in the SUV. I just say, would you rather the alternative? Because people are constantly saying they're going to be late, and who's available to pick up the slack?
Yeah, there you go. That's always a thing. We used to get that. I used to show up early to everything, and they'd be like, wow, you're here early. Yeah, I am. You know, and they're like, why? Like, well, here's the thing. Most people don't like going to work, but, you know, if you're going there to avoid traffic, taking public transportation, or, you know, just kind of want to chill and not rush to, you know, kind of thing. People do what they do. About $170 a year I spend in coffee. $170 a year. And I drink a ton of coffee. All right? I buy it in bulk for the most part. Unless there's like a special flavor. I'll round it up to $200. Fuck it. Yeah. But I make all my old cold brew. And basically I like a very little bit of coffee. Yo, you just put that in a cold brew, little cold brew bag and throw it in there. Bro, you get coffee for days. New Yorkers are an hour early or 2 hours late. Yeah, it's because of the trains or public transportation. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I would have been here early, but apparently somebody decided to break dance on the third rail. So you know what? Subway got held up. And the odd thing is, everyone was very understanding about that. You could come in to work if you worked in New York City and have the most outlandish reason as to why you didn't show up, and it'd be like, yeah, I hear you. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, there was a fight between, two homeless people in the subway, and then this guy selling batteries wearing a Mickey Mouse costume got involved, and he was just, holding a bunch of, 9-volt batteries and punching it, and they all got. Cop shows up, doesn't have his gun, left it at Dunkin' Donuts. Apparently, you could just go on and on. People be like, "Oh wow, another Tuesday, huh?" Yeah, like no joke. Oh man, I love this one. Look at this. You are such a dumb animal. Look at this. You pre-order digital games as if they're gonna run out. This is what I don't understand. The concept of digital pre-orders. It's not like you're going to lose your spot. It's a game. Okay, consoles are different, Steam controllers, stuff like that. But this is kind of thing. It's like you don't need to pre-order a digital game. You don't. If you want, you can. I don't care, but it's not going anywhere. All right. And even if you wanted to pre-order goodies that they give you, then you just, you could do it the day before. Wouldn't even matter. Boop. One day, some guy is going to see me eating a whole rotisserie chicken with my bare hands in my parked car and think, that's her. She's the one. That's kind of like Dawn, but without the parked car thing. She generally won't eat food in the car, but she'll definitely pick apart a whole rotisserie chicken with her bare hands. That's it. I want that exclusive skin. What? My thing is car sushi. It's always good not to literally, just pick up sushi that was in somebody's car. No, but getting just a little bit of sushi and just sitting in the car and eating it when people watch. It's just interesting. You got your cup holders there. You got your climate control. It's kind of a chill time. Yeah. Look, man, my Chris thinks about weird and I eat with my hands a lot. It is weird. There's this thing that some guys, I'm not going to say all guys, some guys find, when women like literally rip into a chicken like they're a barbarian queen, they either find it appalling or incredibly sexy. Like apparently there's no in between. Like, I don't know what it is, but there are guys who are just like, damn, you can eat. I love that, And then there, some women just, I'll just get a salad. Guys are like, oh God, that kind of thing. But it's weird. It's like, there's just those two type of guys. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, dude. Rip apart a chicken if you need to. I don't care. You're hungry. I get it. Yeah. All right. What? Because if I was hungry, I would rip apart a chicken and eat it. Like, that's the thing. I don't have any special etiquette for women and how they use. It's like, can't you use a napkin and the rotisserie chicken fork? Like, come on. It is difficult for me. I have still never met a woman that can eat at the pace that I eat. And guys are notoriously fast at eating. There's been literal TikToks and just social media videos about women trying to keep up with their significant other's eating habits. Like, they'll like open up a burger and just stuff it in their face. And a woman's like looking at this guy like, how the fuck are you eating that fast? And they'll try to do it and they're like choking on the food. It's ridiculous. We are literally a fast eater because I will make a bowl of cereal and eat it while I'm traveling from, the kitchen to the room to get back to work. And I will be finished by the time I get from point A to point B. Like, I got no time to chew. I eat like a duck, It's like, whatever. Got things to do. Big ass bites. It works, yeah. Never met your mom. Why would I? Oh, I found this funny. Look, found a house for $75,000, but it's haunted. Me the next day. Dude, this is funny. This is funny. This is a good use of whatever the hell they did. If this is AI, that's great. Dude, I would absolutely, dude, a house for $75,000? Yeah, whatever. I'll step on Reagan here and just Fucking paint the upper walls, you know? Whatever. Actually, I wouldn't paint their room because they're just going to mess it up. Just let them sit there until the corpse dies and then get rid of them. But there you go. I like that. That was clever. I like that. What else we got? Oh, yeah. Me in 3 years being executed because of the AI-generated video of a crime I never committed. This is one of those weird things. What's going to happen in the future? You know? You could literally have people making AI videos of you committing a crime. That's crazy. Yeah. Also, always make sure you have a... I don't know. How is there a way around that? Like, how is there a way around that? Like, it's like if somebody wanted to do that, it's just like, yeah. I mean, they signed a law, I guess, that you can't do like deep fakes of celebrities or people or whatever and put them in compromising things. Not that anybody on the internet got that memo. Can I say I'm a millionaire? Because that would be sick. Yeah. How come I can't identify as a millionaire and then just live the life of a millionaire? It's what I feel like I am inside, but society says otherwise. I don't agree with that. Should let me be me, man. Anyway, let's see. This is accurate. Look, you're so calm, never bothered by anything. What's your secret? Depression. If you're depressed enough, nothing bothers you. This is a weird thing that people don't understand about depression is you could be in the deepest depths of sorrow and there could be all the shit happening around you and you'll just be like, whatever. Whatever, man. Nothing matters. Don't worry about it. Nothing matters. I literally just went on a whole tirade about nothing matters. Maybe you got to be really depressed for that to work. Maybe it's not so much being zen. It's just being so sad you don't care anymore. That's the zen every depressed person should figure out. You know, I'm just too sad to care. Oh man, you could say it. Oh, what it has to type it doesn't make it true. Might get depressed. Yeah, might be. Boop. All right. Look, 1995. Your free trial has ended. Okay. 2006. Your free trial has ended. Lol. Okay. Dude. WinZip, bro. Isn't there another meme about like WinZip where it's like, you know, you've made it when you've actually paid for WinZip? Like that was one of those things. Like, I got so much money, I'm paying for WinZip. Like, it's crazy. Anyway, like PKZip. I forget which one I use. Like, Windows has one built in right now. So, I mean, you don't even need it. Like, WinZip isn't a thing, I think. I mean, still people use it, but... Yo. Thank you. No, I feel like everything is just, it's just there, right? All right, what time is it? Oh, do I want to, let's see. Usually I'm on for a bit. Is Shadov streaming? I'm just curious. Shadov, let me know when you're streaming. What's that? Linux just unzips WinZip's files. Oh, there you go. Nice. Oh, God. I don't know. We'll see. Shadov is streaming. Oh, okay, cool. We're going to go through some teacher stuff and then we shall raid them. But I want to go through some teacher stuff because they got, even though it's summer, they still got problems. I like getting irate about this for some reason. I feel like I might have low blood pressure, so you know it's always good to check this out. All right, now I guess we can call spicy card. Was that spicy? It was kind of bouncy. That's all right. Okay. Okay, this one's got a problem about pencils now. Was it always this common for kids to not bring a pencil or pen to class? Well, if they don't know how to write, then yes. I don't feel like it's a tool they would quite need. I was at school around the mid-90s to the aughts. Now I'm a teacher at high school. Why would you do that? I always have a question for teachers. Did you like school when you were in it? That you, like later in life, you're like, you know what? I would like to teach a class because I can't imagine me wanting to be a teacher because I know what it's like to be in a class, and I hated being at school and remembering how much I dislike school. I don't think I would want to try to teach people who, in turn, hate school. They don't want to be there. You do some Sailor Moon cosplay in the cards. What? Oh, God, no. I was school. Okay, midnight is one of the things always. It was it. Look. I want to know. Has things always been this way? Have there always been handfuls of kids not having a pen or pencil in class? I don't remember it being normal, but also it could have been because I was with a group who loves stationery. Oh, God. Now I know why you're a teacher. No kid loves stationery. Nobody. What? Hey, Billy. Did you see the new Meads? Oh, dude, those composition notebooks? Yeah, the lines are a little bit more blue. Who does this? All right, anyway. Group loves stationery, and I just didn't experience it with people around me. Every lesson where there's at least 5 kids minimum who need a pen or pencil. I'm surprised you're even using pen or pencil. You had pencil cases in our school? Yeah, I remember kids having, what, pencil cases? And they'd be like, yeah, I got my pencil case, you know. That seems weird, right? Let me just refresh this. Maybe we're missing stuff. Teachers. What do we got? New Kentucky law allowing schools to expel students who assault teachers to take effect in July, despite unanimous Senate, Democratic opposition. Why? Are you kidding me? I just assumed that was a thing. Hold up. You're telling me there's a point in history where you could assault a teacher and not get expelled? And hey, I'm not getting into the politics of this, but who the fuck? Really? You guys? Do you hate teachers or something? Oh my, bro. All right, I'm all right. The bill mandates a strict 1-year expulsion policy for any student in grades 6 through 12 who physically assaults a teacher, administrator, or school employee. Good. The legislation passed the chamber, but drew a sharp partisan divide as Democrats in Senate voted against the measure. Why? That's one of those things, and I'm not going to get into it, but regardless of party size, I would say, why would you not expel somebody for assaulting a teacher? What? It's assault. That should be punished. Am I wrong in saying that? Like, oh, God. Under the bill's provisions, schools would be required to automatically remove violent students from the general population through provisions allow for the student to receive education services in alternative settings. I wouldn't even do that if it can be done safely. The bill also includes exemptions for students with documented disabilities. That's everybody at this point. Are you kidding me? If school officials determined the condition interfered with their ability to follow the code of conduct. Thoughts? Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Because here's the thing. Even if there's a disability or whatever you want to say, then that should be, and I've said this fucking numerous times, that should be set aside for a specialist who can handle that type of learning or disability. You cannot have a class that is fully functioning have to go at a different pace of the slowest student in the class or deal with disruptions of any kind. You can't. And no teacher should be dealing with assaults. They deal with enough shit, you know? Assault can be defined multiple ways. Good. I don't even care how fucking vague it is. If a kid's acting up and they like, you know, stamp on a teacher's foot, fucking get out. That's literally, there's literally no, I fucking hated teachers. Hated teachers when I was in school from beginning to end. Never have I done anything physical. What's up? Spot gifted a sub. Cozy Chaos, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I never once, you know, I did not even like, I didn't even do the practical jokes like whoopee cushions on the seat. It's going to make it sound like they're farting. You know, none of that ever. So define it however you want. I don't even care how loosely it's defined. They throw a rolled up piece of paper at you and you assaulted me. Get the fuck out. Good. Because here's the thing: if you let the lack of respect keep encroaching, it's going to snowball. Because if they think they can get away with one thing, they're going to think they can get away with another thing. And nobody wants to hear it, but school has to be rigid. It really does. If you don't have rules in a learning environment, then everybody just goes off on their own and nobody learns. It's got to be concise and focused. It has to. You know, nobody wants to hear it because everyone's like, think of the children. Yeah, we are, because you didn't, because you never disciplined anybody. Let's see. Has anyone else ever gotten a 218 on a NES exam? What? Nintendo Entertainment System? Yeah, I've gotten higher scores than that. I don't know. Just had a hard time speaking words. Yeah, but then that shouldn't that be handled by somebody who can deal with that? Like, depending on what their level of learning is, how they process speech, that kind of thing. It's like that should be handled by people who know how to handle. A regular teacher's not going to know how to handle that. Like, they're not trained for it. And the one teacher we know, actually, you know, their school has particular people who are specialized in particular learning things, whether it's a particular idiosyncrasy, disability, stuff like that. They actually have people that monitor that and make sure that they're on top of it and can communicate. You know, if the school's doing any less than that, I feel like it's bad, you know? So I feel like it would benefit everybody to get rid of people who are doing troublemakers, and then people who do have disabilities are giving the attention that they need. But they may not be able to do that in a class if they are disruptive, because then it disrupts everything. So there's got to be a happy medium there, you know. But for everybody to just vote against that and be like, no, get abused. No, fuck no. No, absolutely not. That's actually ridiculous to me. Conversation kept having. What is this one? Let's look along. Implement screen time limits in classrooms. Good. Okay. Conversation I kept having while monitoring online credit recovery exams during. I don't care. Okay. Anybody else school using flex time as a wage theft? Flex time? What the hell's flex time? Is that where you just go in there and you just flex on people? Tell them how cool you did in online on Call of Duty? What is that? Teachers need raises. You know, if they're not going to give teachers raises, at least give them a safe environment so they don't have to worry about assaulting people or being assaulted by people. You know, hey, I'll take a pay cut if I'm not going to get, I don't know, books thrown at me all day. Dude, I got to tell you, my class would be whittled down to like 3 people. And it would be the smartest people because I know they wouldn't fuck around. And those are going to be the ones that excel in the future. Flat out. Having a day where we're stuck in school cleaning is ridiculous. Well, kids don't know how to clean. They do it in Japan. This is honestly worded poorly. It shouldn't be if you're a fucking teacher. All right, let's see how poorly this is worded. Holy shit. Okay, title is honestly worded poorly, but I'm just annoyed. So, the last day in our division, where are you, military school? It's just a scheduled cleaning day. No students, just staff cleaning our rooms. Wait, don't you have janitors? I don't know. Moving schools? Guess what? You can go to your new school and clean there once you're done cleaning here. Even if I don't care, dude. Either bring a mop or don't show up. Side hustle or other income as a teacher? Tell me about your side hustles. Why don't you be a security guard for unruly kids at a school? You imagine that? Yo, your side hustle? You're a teacher, and then you come back during the summer as a security person. So you already know what kids you want to get rid of. And then that makes your next year a lot easier. Let's go. Come on. Flex time is where you sign up for part of a shift. No, I'm not doing that. It's either my shift or it's not. I don't do part-time shifts. I'm either here or I'm not. I am not getting myself prepared for an 8-hour day of work when I'm only going to be there for 4. You know what? Then I will prepare a half hour for a 4-hour day of work and an hour for a full 8 hours. Okay? So if I show up a little disheveled and my shirt isn't ironed and my tie is all fucked up, it's only because you gave me 4 hours, and I'm not putting that effort into something if you're not going to put into it. Fuck that shit. Give me a full shift, man. Yeah, we need you for 2 classes.
Let's freaking go.
Get call it absent. There we go. Tech sentient. You got to roll. Equal to or greater than 13. I know, she gets worried. $15. Hey, you did it. I don't know why you pick on her, but okay. All right, you won. Pick a number, any number. Let's see. Well, first and foremost, let's see. Do we call that a spicy card battle? Just in case they wanted to pick 20. Does that quantify as a spicy? We need 7 or 21. I don't know. But I don't know. Trying to figure out. You know what? I'll call it. I'll call spicy. All right, we're calling spicy, so you still get another number. But it can't be number 20. Boop, boop. Bada-bow. Number 7. Lucky 7. Dropped frames. Let me check before I call it. And no drop frames. Boop. All right, they might have fixed internet. That only took 4 technicians and then 17 calls to a supervisor. Pretty cool. Glad they were on top of that. Oh, you called it? Okay. Nice. Oh, man. Hopefully, well, yeah. I'm not gonna confirm internet working until I'm gonna say maybe next Tuesday. We'll see. Rote memory has gotten a bad rap. It's rote memory. Yes, isn't it? I'm gonna call it rot memory. Look, it's rot memory. Spelling pattern test, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, nobody has a memory. How do you dress for the physical demands of teaching? I would say, according to this person, chainmail. With all the abuse that they're getting. Yeah. Am I the only one who thinks teaching is actually being pretty active? We have quite a strict dress code at our school, so my clothing options are quite limited. Between writing on the top of a whiteboard, squatting down to talk to students at their desk. No, tell them to stand up. And speed walking, running across campus on my prep period. I feel like I am almost always on the move. Right. Standard slacks pinch my waist and woven jackets restrict my shoulders. Real bad. All right. Plus, my classroom is freezing in the morning and hot in the afternoon. Try yoga pants. I don't know what to tell you. Or else they got a comfy brahmi or on a whim. What the hell's a brahmi? Which dressed like athletic gear, but was a matte finish that can get past the dress code easily. I want to completely overhaul my closet. Okay, you know what? Talk about your wardrobe malfunction somewhere else. Student with 20% average is making plans for the doctorate. Oh, that'll go over well. 20%, huh? What is your doctorate going to be about? How you like chocolate better than vanilla? In my doctorate, I'm going to talk about how chocolate is quite far superior to vanilla because they make chocolate chips, but not vanilla chips. No, they make vanilla chips, but they're not as good. Okay, keep going. Chocolate icing is very superior to vanilla icing. Because nobody uses vanilla icing. I use vanilla icing all the time. But it's not as good. Okay, here, keep going on with your doctorate. There, I'm just going to fail you. Go home. Oh, God. I can't read the rest of that. Maybe I should. 20%? God. I've done everything to support this student. Did you kick him in their face? Because maybe that's the only thing that's going to help him at this point. I've been spending my entire year drawing blood out of a stone with this student. Final year of high school. On a good day, we can write 2 grammatically incorrect sentences. I'm assuming you meant correct sentences. On a good day, 2 grammatically correct sentences. They should not be graduating. How did they get to the last year of high school if on a good day they have 2 grammatically correct sentences? No, they meant incorrect. On a good day, we can write 2 grammatically incorrect sentences? On a good day? Why would that be a good day? A good day is no grammatically incorrect. Okay. I've done everything to support this student. I gave him every resource in the book. I've provided annotations of reading, dot point structure of essay paragraphs, given him the source of assignments, class notes, arguments, cheat sheets. Wow, really? Maybe that's why they actually got to the end of high school, huh? Anything, and I mean anything to get this student to just graduate. Get out. Just go. I've stopped short of just doing the class for them. Okay, I'm using some hyperbole, but you get the idea. All right, I think the idea is fucking fail this person. Fucking fail them, dude. Do not let them graduate. They are not ready for the world. No child left behind. Oh no, fucking leave him behind. Leave him way behind. Put that fucker back in the 5th grade. I don't care if he's 15. No classwork, no homework. So somehow assignments are done and need to graduate, although sometimes a month late. A month late? Yo, here's the thing. Okay, being on Teachers Reddit. Yo, United States, and I'm an American, okay? Your education systems are way too fucking lenient. Are way too lenient. Way too lenient. Stop passing people who aren't prepared for the next class. Stop it, first and foremost. If their assignment is late, that's an F. That's fail. They fucking fail. What does that teach a kid? Yeah, you got work to do, but whenever. That's not how the fucking world works. And then everybody graduating out of school after the last 20 years is like, I'm wondering why I can't get a job when I show up, 4 hours late and they're all pissed off at me. Yeah, because you're supposed to do shit on time. You're supposed to be able to construct coherent sentences. I listen to them every day, telling them about their plans to do a doctorate and become a professional in an extremely competitive field. Please tell me what the field is. Please. Here's the thing. I'm telling you right now. This is why would I not be a good teacher? Because the way I talk to you folks now and my glib comments that I have about situations like this, I would not fucking hesitate to tell this directly to the kid's face or their parents. No hesitation. I'd be like, you are fucking stupid and you are not ready for the world. And I, as a responsible individual, am not letting you loose on the rest of society because you're so dumb. You want to fucking prove me wrong? Okay. You're doing this year over again. And if you don't pass this time, we're fucking kicking you out. That's it. And if the parents are like, you can't do that, fuck you. Get him out. Get him out. Get him the fuck out. This guy has been a mental dumb anchor dragging down the ship of intelligence in this classroom for the last couple of months. We don't need this type of idiot here, and we don't need you here either. Fuck right off. Fuck you. God. Fine, I'd get fired, but fuck them. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of pandering to idiots. We're dumbing everybody down all the fucking time. And every time I get on this Reddit thing, it's the same shit over and over again because it's like, we got to appeal to the dumbest people in the class to make sure they don't get left back. But it just drags all the potential that we've had in that class. And instead of having, a handful of students excel, they're getting thrown back to the Stone Age because some idiot can't even sharpen a pencil. And I'm tired of it. Collectively as humanity, we're just getting unfathomably stupid because we just keep passing people into the world. Yeah, go ahead. Go get a job. Yeah. A doctorate? This person's never going to finish a doctorate. There's no fucking way. If he does, it's going to be through ChatGPT, and then it'll be like, oh, I did a doctorate, blah, 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 blah. And then they're going to get into the work field that's going to be highly competitive, and they're going to wonder, well, why can't I hold down a job? Why did I get fired 6 times? Because you're not smart. ChatGPT was smart. You were not. That's the big difference. Because something does something for you and gives you other people the impression that you know what you're talking about, doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. At your core, you're still fucking stupid. And as I would say this to them, they would get emotional and lash out, and that would be proof of it, because their ignorance is utterly astounding that they wouldn't be able to process it emotionally, and they would literally crack and crumble or lash out. And either way, go nuts, because, we can kick you out for assault. Fucking shit. I'm tired of dumb. I'm really tired of stupid people. And I don't care that they're kids. I literally don't, because we dealt with that shit. We would flat out have teachers say, you're being fucking stupid. And they would be like, I know you're not fucking stupid. You're just not fucking trying. They would swear and everything. You'd be in like 5th grade and they'd be like, you can fucking do this. Do it. Again, they bring your parents in, they wouldn't yell at the teacher. They'd be like, you're not an idiot. Just fucking do this. And no parent wants to do that. Everyone's fucking tired of this knee-jerk reaction. That's my child. That's my child. Yeah, it's your child, and you should expect better. And if you want them to be better, you're going to have to do some sort of discipline and give them some fucking guidelines. If you can't do that, you shouldn't have kids. Fucking shit. How to keep yourself from disliking the students. Sorry, I'm already there. Especially that 20% are there. Fuck. What happened? We never remind people not get political because the topic is absolutely being ruled by politics. Why? This has got nothing to do with politics. This is literally about intelligence, and then having dumb people drag down intelligent people. And it's happened for just way too long. And I even got, and I'm not going to even say I was a smart person. I was a very aware person in school. But the people that I was surrounded with, I wouldn't even say were stupid. They were just a little less developed, I would say, emotionally. I wouldn't even say they were idiots. They weren't idiots. They would pass their tests. They would do all right. But emotionally, they were cave people. They were banging rocks together, brute force kind of thing. But they would pass. Every year they would pass. And I'm like, why is this guy such an asshole? But they're still passing. And just because they were a dick doesn't mean they were stupid, But the problem is now you got people who are stupid and dicks. So, there's literally nothing political about it. It's just people are dumb and we should stop passing them. So whatever's going on in the school system needs to get overhauled. And that's just math to me. That shouldn't even, the collective intelligence of humanity shouldn't even be a political issue. That should be like, yeah, we should all be smarter. Why is that an argument? I don't even know how anybody could make that an argument. And if somebody did, I would literally just be like, there's no debate about this. You want the world to be better, right? How are we going to do that? Through smarter people. Correct? Yeah, but no. Yes or no? Like, I don't know. No, I don't care about the laws. Then change them. And then if that turns into politics, then no. Because that the law should be progress. Honestly, hey, if I was, well, again, it's like it's a difference of mentality. If I was holding back a class and they said, look, you are not moving forward because you're a disruption. There were times we were a disruption. You know what they would do? Take us out of the class. Go to the principal's office. That was the thing. There shouldn't be laws to allow that kind of, in other cases here, abuse of teachers and failure. There should be a set standard, which there used to be, for an individual's ability to move on because they proved they knew the content, they knew how to read, write, do a little bit of math. And all that stuff proved that they were capable of handling the next level. It's like a video game, okay? If you just turn on easy mode, no fail mode, then this isn't school. This is just processing people and babysitting them for 12 years until they work on their doctorate, which I'm sure is going to go fucking amazing, you know? And that's even worse because, emotionally, kids, believe it or not, can handle failure and rejection better than you think they can. They may hate it, they may cry, they may get all bent out of shape, but it's a learning experience, and they're learning that failure and that they need to do better in a controlled, safe environment where their mortgage, their family, their rent, their ability to pay bills isn't at stake. This is like they're in an environment. You have a deadline, you got to do the deadline. You have to do, have a certain amount of aptitude. You have to prove that, And it's like everybody gets out of this type of environment and goes and gets a job. They fail. They end up being, on unemployment, keep bouncing back from job to job, and they can't hold down anything. It's maybe because they were never allowed to, or never trained to, kind of thing. Change the law to reverse the school system back to what you and I remember. And the thing, it doesn't necessarily need to be cruel. You don't really, okay, I'm taking it to the extreme asshole sort of level. Like I don't want like people going around with rulers and whacking people in the back of the head because they're not paying attention. But if they're a disruption, get them out. That's it. And it's much like everything else. You only need to have one or two examples for everybody else to fall in line. And then, then you can make it a fun environment. Think about it. If you're teaching, right, and you have a group of kids, most of them are good, but you have one or two people acting up, right? Now, you could either compensate or allow those disruptions, which puts you in a bad mood. You're just human. You're a teacher. You don't want to deal with these kids, especially those two who are being obnoxious and stuff. It hinders the rest of your teaching. Now, imagine getting rid of that. And then now you're like, you don't have the stress of those two kids who are acting up. The rest of the kids are being well behaved. And you could approach teaching the way you actually envision teaching being. Because a lot of people get into teaching, they're like, I'm going to teach the next generation. And you can, but not if they keep allowing disruptions and destroying your train of thought, how you navigate your own classroom, throwing things at you, in some cases assault. They would be a lot happier. Teachers would be happier. The students would be happier. And I really think people would learn. Because they're not dealing with a frustrated teacher that's got to babysit the two problem children, I think that would be awesome, dude. Yeah. Kids are more resilient than they think. They absolutely are. They could sit there and cry and stuff, but they might forget about it in a week, but they'll learn a lesson. For all the quote unquote traumatic experiences this one had in school, they were learning lessons where it's the fuck around and find out kind of thing that no kid learns anymore until they get into the real world, and, this is why you still have a lot of people dragging their parents. They're like 30 years old trying to get a job interview, bringing their parents. And I'm like, are you kidding me? If you went out to get a job interview or something and you're like, Ma, can you come with me? She would slap you upside the head. It doesn't even matter how old you are. She'd be like, what are you fucking kidding me? She would actually think of herself as a failure as a parent if you couldn't do that crap on your own, And I hate doing that type of stuff. So, it's weird. What is taught in schools can vary heavily too. My friend's kid wasn't taught. Why were they not taught history? That's slightly important. Especially if you want to have, like, I don't know, maybe people know where they're from. They'll be incredibly lazy if they don't force them to try. Yeah, dude, we would just sit around and do nothing unless we had somebody like, dude, you got to do stuff. Teachers got to be a parent as well to a certain extent where they have to be, firm but fair kind of thing. And they do have to have discipline and guidelines. And if you take that away from them and don't allow them to do it, all the kids suffer for it. So again, it's like, if you really want to think of the children, I know you want to spare their feelings, but you stop sparing their feelings for everything. There are certain things you want to be on top of. Bullying, that kind of thing. That will cause more problems than a teacher yelling at them and telling them to get their shit together. And if that's the case, in an instance like this, chances are the bully's going to have altercations with the teacher. That element gets removed. That kid that was bullied can actually just learn and feel like they're in a safe environment and actually absorb the information rather than sitting in fear, wondering when their bully is going to come in. Like, are they going to pick on me after school? You know, trying to figure out the best way to get from point A to point B so they can get to their locker and then get the hell out of there before this guy, sees them in the hallway or some shit. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And it's weird that anybody would make it into a political thing. And it's kind of sad, but I don't know. I'm just rambling. My dad insisted when he come to a job interview and I was so uncomfortable. Oh my God. Yeah, I would not do that. But I think like if your mom insisted on that, you would be like, look, these are bad optics, If you want, you can come with and just kind of sit in the car. I'll crack the window open, but let's see. Life allowed to be what I have to try. It's kind of weird. Yeah, when are we going to overhaul the school system? Because here's the weird thing, and I talked to Dawn about the teachers Reddit because sometimes it's very disappointing, and I go into this assuming half of these are fake. I do. I would consider half of these to be fake. They may not be, but so I'm just saying believe half of what you read, kind of thing. So, if half of these are actually accurate, it just seems like there's a lot of problem in the education system that needs to be fixed, and nobody wants to do it. So I don't know. I don't think it's good for any country to create a bunch of inept citizens, who can't read, may not be able to write, and are bad at their jobs, lackadaisical about responsibility, because then you just have a whole group of people that are going to be needing assistance constantly. And that's just going to drag everything else down, much like they've already done in school. So, I literally have 2 coworkers that can't count back change. Even I am not great at math, but I can do your basic consumer math, And what got me interested in that was money, because I was like, all right, look, I got 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents. Now I got $1, Yeah, but you gotta give 20 cents to this person. How much do you have left? 80 cents. All right, there you go. God. I don't know. It's sad because it's like I would kind of really like the world to be better, and it's not the internet messing kids up. I really think it doesn't help because it's stressing them out apparently and aging them faster, according to the other article. But it would be cool if they could just fix this. I don't know if they ever will. And as you get older, you're less concerned because your time on the planet is limited to a certain extent. So at a certain point, you just throw your hands up. But like we said earlier, once a lot of people get into that mode, we're like, yeah, well, that's got nothing to do with me because you're older. You don't have a kid in school or anything like that. But if you do, I would be super concerned about this. Again, even if half these are true, it's just, oh, look at this. What are your unhinged ideas to make education better? Oh, let's go. Let's get unhinged. Students can only, come in on Fridays if they are invited by the teacher. What? You could do experiments and have great discussions about what are you, ridiculous? Hold on. Do kids only go to school 4 days a week in this land? Watch Asmund basically said, yeah, Asmund's all over the place with stuff. He's really on top of it. I used to watch him during WoW, and then it's got like lot more politics than I want to deal with. And so said eye-opening really happened. You don't see it because people focus on it. Yeah, that's the thing. We should stop focusing on the sides when it comes to education. And if we could do that, then we can make it better and just work together. But everyone is just trying to tack on education to other bills and stuff so they don't pass. It gets ridiculous. Kids that can't pass their core classes should be held back or make it up in the summer school. Thank you. That seems simple enough. Why is this not a thing? This was standard. This was standard. God, it's so sad. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to say, you stressed yourself out a lot trying to pass because you would slack off and stuff. You were a slacker. And there were times he had to go to summer school because he just fucked up too much and basically wasted a summer going to school that you didn't want to. So, but it was fucking stressful. Now, hypothetically, if we were in school and we knew there was no ramifications for me fucking up, well, I'm not going to get kicked out. They're not going to fail me. They're just going to keep pushing me. Dude, I'd probably be an illiterate idiot. Honestly. Because there would be no motivation. There'd be no motivation nor fear or ramifications for me being an idiot. I'd be like, whatever. What are you going to do? Leave me back? No, man, whatever. Yeah. You almost feel empowered by the fact that you don't have to stress about anything. Standards are very low. You're right. Eliminate standardized testing being tied to state funding. Yes. Remember, these are teachers. Let kids actually fail and potentially not graduate. Summer school is an option. Let graduation be an option. Nice. Invest more into career tech programs. Maybe not. Maybe not now. Career tech? No. I would opt for trade schools like we talked about earlier. Teachers should have to teach one less class overall. An extra planning period could make the job so much more manageable in so many ways. I don't know how many I have to teach, but get rid of the one-to-one devices, especially at the lower grade levels. First graders do not need a Chromebook or an iPad, and high schoolers do not need them on a constant basis. Holy shit. So wait, every kid's getting an iPad now. Is this why everybody's taxes are so high? Well, you got to make sure everyone's got an iPad. For what? They already proved screen time ruins people's attention span. Why would you bring that into the school? My school district bans phones a couple of years ago, and I'm happy, but I'm irritated as the one-to-one Chromebooks have become a bit of a pacifier for students who have separation anxiety from their phone. Oh, my God. Dude, what are you, a tiny puppy? Fuck off. I can't deal with this anymore. See, this is that type of stuff that gets me sufficiently aggravated where I'm like, yeah, I'm good here. Holy shit. Water. Okay. Some schools, not all, I'm sure. Dude, that's crazy. iPad or Chromebook. Which would you like? What's your favorite? Would you like a Chromebook or an iPad? My response would be like, which one's going to be not antiquated next year? You know, it's just, or a Chromebook, consider to save it on the first laptop. Give me to learn how to. Well, that's kind of like, right? Yeah, it is a little annoying to just hand them out. But the thing is, even if you were, that kid that was able to get your own laptop, they wouldn't allow you to use that because they want to make sure they have the software to monitor what you're doing within the classroom. That much I know. So some people can't go more than 5 minutes without a phone. They get phantom vibrations, even if it's not on their pockets. That's ridiculous. No, I mean, I get it because there are times when I just reach to the phone because I want to check something. I'm like, I don't need to be looking at this now, whatever, and I put it down. But that's a problem. Like, that's a problem. And I know there's been like stuff where it's, you get the dopamine thing, blah, 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 it's social media, gratification. I get all that. And maybe that concept of not having kids under 16 not on the internet is a good thing, ? But then I feel like they'll figure something out, I mean, it's weird. Like, you don't know. So you're not going to know for a couple of years until you realize, like, maybe kids are going to be a lot better for not being on the internet, or they're going to be a lot worse. So, I mean, we're not going to know until things are in motion. Remember the beginning of that? We had a list of banned sites on public computers. Yeah. It Will Press was one of them. I remember somebody saying, yeah, we used to watch it on on your website, and then they blocked it. Dude, that was funny. We're like, all right, we got blocked in schools. We know we're doing something right. All right. Hey, as far as I'm reading, the worst thing you can possibly do is be accepted by the education system. And they're like, yeah, we want you in our school. No, fuck off. Let's see. Yeah, probably banned due to Foamy swearing. Swearing? Come on, dude. Swearing. There was a lot worse stuff in the earlier cartoons than swearing. Let's see. My school never blocked the press site. Nice. There you go. You got cool school.
Let's freaking go. All
right, Ninja. Last hard battle. All right, let's find out. What do you got? You got a roll equal to or greater than 14. Didn't we just get this one? All right, roll. Let's see what happens. 18. Nice. All right, that's still a win. Even though I don't like duplicates, it's a win. Boom, 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 boom. All right, pick a number, any number. What do we got? Oh. You got to remind me to take a break, bro. My ears are ringing. 31. 31. What do we got? Shows a P.O. box thing. Yeah, I got to take that off, just in general. It's like I never do that here. I got another one there. Nice, cool. All right. We'll see. Well, if you're happy, I'll let you live. All right, let's see. Is Shadav on? Shadav is on. They're still on. Good. Okay. Because they're usually not on when we're doing. We usually read Mr. Lobo, which we did last week, so I'm trying to switch things up. Yeah. And for those who are routine Mr. Lobo people, you know who they are. Cinnamon Sammy. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so usual tirades this week. Everybody, again, thanks for being here and putting up with the nonsense, and hopefully the world will get better. I don't know, man. We gotta fix something. You know, things got to get fixed. Max Marvel 1, nice. Can't keep having idiots in the world. It is very warm in here, though. I'm starting to feel it now. Probably shouldn't be wearing a hoodie. Well, it's a little late. All right. Well, everybody do something fun this week. Still got half a week left. Don will be streaming Friday, 5 o'clock. I think it's more Res Evil. So there you go. Dawn of Time BC on Twitch. Yeah. So there you go. We're going to raid Shadav. I got to get something to eat because apparently I haven't eaten anything since. But I got that cereal. I'm going to have cereal with chocolate milk. What? I'm mixing it up. Chocolate milk. Chocolate. I know. There you go. I know. I shouldn't. I'm 500 years old. I should not be having cereal for dinner, but the kid in me loves it. Whatever. All right, let's go. We're going to raid Shadav. Everybody say hi. You know, they mod here and they help out, so pass that along. And thank you, Zombie Still White. Are you awake yet? Okay, go. Come on. I gotta eat. I'm peckish and faint. Look at my complexion. It's like I haven't eaten in like a week. It's crazy.